of knife shift so that they can address.
Discover the warmth of South Africa's capital city. A destination like no other. A world in one. Meet our Big Five family. Immerse yourself in our cultural diversity. Trace the steps of our walk to freedom. Experience our spirit of adventure. Feel our township energy. Discover our boundless entertainment. The city of Tshwane is the representation of South Africa's tapestry of diversity. Our attractions embrace South Africa's rich cultural heritage and the histories of all its people. In Tshwane lies an abundance of recreational experiences, including wildlife, adventure, art, culture, and history. Our townships are vibrant, filled with life, color, beauty, and all that jazz. Come and see how we do it here in the capital and get a taste for life. As a truly modern city, we also host a variety of major events. We offer a shopping experience that is out of this world, and our nightlife has something for everyone. And when you need to unwind and take a break from it all, you will find nature right on your doorstep. Situated in Gauteng, the commercial hub of South Africa, Tshwane is on the cutting edge of industry, knowledge, technology and innovation as we produce 60% of South Africa's research output. With world-class infrastructure, we offer a variety of top-class business and convention facilities, easy access to the South African national government facilities, and a large number of embassies and foreign missions, all making Tshwane a wonderful host that can cater to your every need. So, whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, make Tshwane your destination of choice. Discover Tshwane.
Tips on saving water. Increasing water consumption in the city of Tshwane. Residents urged to reduce water usage as demand outstrips supply.
Rand Water has warned that if consumption is not reduced, extreme measures will be instituted.
Here are water-saving tips to implement into your daily routine. Do not leave taps dripping. Wash your car on the grass with grey water, as this will water your lawn at the same time. Shorten your showering time. Do not leave the tap running while brushing your teeth. Reuse grey water to water your garden. Fix all leaking plumbing features in your house. We request communities to be ambassadors for accountable water use.
Morning, colleagues. We have a quorum. We're going to get started in the next 2 minutes. Okay, colleagues. For leave of we are now on our main agenda. For leave of absence, we've got an apology from Group Head for Property, Varushka Morgan, who's off sick. There are no other apologies that we have received. So we will go to point number 3, which is minutes for consideration. Okay, can we adopt the minutes as a true reflection? Councillor Alderman Maluleka? Oh, okay, it's adopted by Alderman Maluleka. Any seconder? Seconded by Councillor Mabusela. We'll now move on to item 4, which is matters for consideration. The first report is from Regional Operations and Coordination Department, follow-up on grass cutting report for the period April 2022 to March 2023. This report is between page 5 and 27, and the recommendations are on page 27. I will note hands for this. We'll start with David Farquharson. Yes, Councillor Farquharson.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to ask that the confidential items be moved to the end of the agenda. They're in the middle of the first printout. If we can do everything that's non-confidential before we go to confidential. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, David. Your request is accepted. So we will start with this main agenda up until item 5. And after item 5, we'll go to the first supplementary, and then we'll do second supplementary, and then we'll do calling for of reports, and then we'll come back to item 5 on the main agenda. Thank you. Can I have hands for report number 1 for grass cutting? Councillor Mula, followed by Alderman Maluleka.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions, please. One of them being, what I see in this report is there are a number of contractors that were contracted to the city through the tender. Some contractors got massive amounts of payments, others got nothing, not 1 cent. If we could have an understanding how it works, that not all contractors are actually used. The second question is to ask, we see that in page 8, page 11, there are contractors that were paid during the months when there is no cutting of grass, the June, July, August. And if it was old invoices, then there would be 3 months somewhere that they didn't get payments because they didn't cut. I also note that in this report they say that there was late rains which caused grass to grow, which would still have at least 2 to 3 months of no cutting. Added to that, if you go to the weather site of the Weather Bureau, in those months and the prior 2 months, there was not any specific amount of rain other than the normal rain in the winter and the preceding months. January, February, March into May of 2023, there was excessive rain and the rain was late as it is this year. However, 2022, that was not the case. The evidence is on the website of the Weather Bureau. So if the officials can please give us answers on those 3.
Okay, Alderman Maluleka.
No, thanks, Chair. Good morning. I raised this issue with regard to issue of grass cutting. And I think Councillor Müller took a spin on her submission with regard to first looking at the finances and then later look at performance. I suggest that we should find space and ways of getting accountability from ROC, not only on this, but on other activities that they are performing, so that we are not bogged down by issues that are not necessarily in our purview. I can't sit here and look at what grass cutting is doing. There are many issues that are confronting us as a committee that we need to look at, so that we can be able to jack up this institution. Therefore, many other issues, it's important to look at payments and other issues of contractors, but I think it has everything to do with performance. And we do not have a committee, oversight committee, that looks at performance of ROC, unless if somebody can advise that they should go to IDP or anywhere where they can account for their work. People can do scrutiny on these things, but for us as MPEG, I think we are just overloading ourselves with issues that I don't think are that important. There are issues that I'm not undermining the significance of cutting grass and making sure that there's value for money when people are doing work. But this can be done elsewhere. Can't we look at it, have a conversation with the mayor or city manager and look at how we can get accountability from ROC, instead of coming here and look at the unblocking sewer and cutting grass and a pothole somewhere there. We're just wasting our time, Chair. Thank you.
If there are no more hands, I will, or is there another hand? Councillor, are you there?
I differ with my colleague, Alderman Maluleka. There's financial implications here. We cannot be paying people and the work is not being done. So they need to be held accountable. So the parks and horticulture departments needs to go and do their diligence and make sure that the grass gets cut. We cannot be paying people money because then it constitutes unauthorized spending. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll allow the department to give a response to the questions that were raised by Councillor Mola and note the comments from Alderman Maluleka.
Chairperson, I'm Bouter Kokemoer from ROC. The first question around the difference in the some contractors getting higher amounts than others. The distribution is according to appointment letters across the regions. So that might be one of the reasons why you see that distribution. So some of them and the work that they do, but our financial support in terms of making sure that there is a balance between all the contractors. So Martin Lombard would then look at across what is being paid to all the contractors, and then so that at the end of a 3-year contract, that there's an equal distribution of payments across them. So the current report is in terms of a snapshot on a particular period, but the financial support ensure that that balance is kept. Then contractors that are paid in the second question, where the contractors are paid in like July, those months, there's also work that are being done. For customer complaints and areas that need, so it's sort of an as and when. So payments, there are still work to be done, and I think in terms of the third question as well, paragraph, if one look at, I just want to get it's in the document, and paragraph 4.3, factors that impact grass cutting in all regions. Also answer in terms to answer the way the how, when you look at the distribution, just gonna, the paragraph there says that under normal circumstances the grass growth slows down during the low temperature months. So that graph was drawn so to reflect how, in terms of the payment of review, the grass cutting continued into May and June, and the pattern followed the rain season that extended into. So there's this pattern that one can see, but there is some cutting that needs to take place when, in cases where it's needed from customer care point of view. Okay, Chairperson, I don't know if Group 8 also want to add to that, but that's my answer. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of MPEC and CM and officials. Maybe to deal with the input by Alderman Maluleke in terms of governance mechanisms in place to oversee the work of regional operations and coordination. I wanted to confirm that ROC does report to an oversight committee, the Utilities Committee, which oversees the work of Energy and Electricity Department, Water and Sanitation Department, as well as Regional Operations and Coordination. So we do appear before that committee. Over and above that, we also do get invitations from time to time to submit reports. Insofar as the horticultural services are concerned, such as the report that the committee is discussing, the Oversight Committee on Environment also is seized with similar matters, including grass cutting. Also, the IDP Oversight has called on us to come present. So, Alderman Maluleke, I would say that actually I don't think there's a department that appears before oversight committees than the ROC, because of the nature of the work that we do. We also appear before, by the way, Section 79 on roads and transport, because remember the span of work of the ROC is energy and electricity, so water and sanitation, roads and stormwater, and community services from repairs, operations, and maintenance. So every other oversight committee that is seized with that specific nature of work does from time to time call on the ROC to present a report. But in terms of the natural home, if you like, it will be the Section 79 Oversight Committee on Utilities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you for that input. Colleagues, are there any more hands or follow-up questions before we move to the recommendations? Alderman Maluleke.
Yeah, no thanks, Chair. Maybe we'll have a conversation different to this forum on how we can strengthen accountability. Because it means Group Head for Rock spends his time attending meetings instead of doing work. Then how we then rationalize his accounting, it will be important because we can't, and I differ with what my colleague has said earlier with regard to finances of this, and I said it in my submission that Councillor Muller took a spin on looking at the finances, and departments can't report ongoing spending to MPEC, Chair. Let our argument be strengthened by responsibilities in terms of reference of MPEC. Because we're just going to have people come here because there's a lack of finance. That it means MPEC, it doesn't work like that. Then it can be finance department, oversight committee, it can be somebody else except MPEC. We have a responsibility within finance, but not everything about finance. That's my argument, but I don't want to bog this meeting down with my submission, which I feel strongly about, but we can take it in a different forum, or maybe after the meeting, look at how we can work together, because this is not necessarily trying to avoid accountability, but it's how then do we rationalize accountability on ROC. I can just imagine, Carl, if you go to 6 meetings and go and report to everybody. Transport, they want you this week. Next week you go. When do you then sit and look at strategy and strengthen your department? Therefore, you are just a group head of meetings. Therefore, it can't work like that, City Manager. Let's look at how we can have accountability. One stream, strong accountability, and all of us who are functioning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Maluleka. I think that is a discussion that we will have with the Chair of Chairs so that there is coordination, because oversight is important and we don't want to compromise on that or make sure that there is no oversight at all. But I do agree that there's a need for coordination. And I think the Chair of Chairs can lead that process with the various departments that oversee or who are now causing this duplications. Other than that, colleagues, can we adopt the recommendations of this report as recommended? Thank you. Okay, colleagues, now we move on to report number 2. This report is from Group Human Capital Management Department. Section 79, Standing Committee, Municipal Public Accounts, requests for a report to be presented on the skills audit of all staff in the Supply Chain Management Division. This report is on page 28 to page 33. Recommendations are on page 33. Okay, first hand is from Alderman Maluleke. Okay, I think you're the only, followed by Councillor Mola, then followed by Councillor Bushiel.
No, thanks, Chair. This report was requested in May 2023. I think we had a delayed response, maybe because of data that was supposed to be collated. But if you look at information that is here, it's not everybody that comes from supply chain management, because I don't remember who requested this report, but the basis of it should be that we wanted to strengthen functionality of SCM and make sure that we've got people with requisite skills to assist the division. I just wonder why not everybody is included in that report, so that we can be able to then dissect what was what we've received against what was then requested. But also on the information that was supplied by Human Capital Management, there are columns that are provided there. Maybe somebody will provide clarity. that they requested documents from individual workers. And on the other column, those documents are not there. And I wonder whether there's misrepresentation of qualifications in the division. If that is the case, we just need clarity on that. Number two, many people that are there, CM, they're misplaced. Their skills can be utilized elsewhere. I wouldn't go for the worst case that people should lose their jobs because of their day, but I think they can perform better elsewhere. They can be placed elsewhere, but not in critical areas of demand, logistics, and elsewhere. Because they've got skills, some, but their skills are not necessarily going to assist us to perform optimally in that division. Then let's look at how we can place them elsewhere, but make sure that we then beef up staff that is required to perform functions that are required in supply chain. It's a critical department. It has been flagged all over. When you deal with matters that are there, you then deal with everything, whether you are going to deal with those in committee report, everything is about supply chain management. Therefore, it means there's a problem there. Then if there are red flags, then let's zoom into it, but do correct things. Therefore, that report that we've received there shows that people might have skills. Somebody might have a skill, but that skill can be utilized in other departments. Then let's move people around. Help in finance if they are accountants, but have right skills for that division so that people can do their work. But on misrepresentation, I just want to get a straight answer. Do those people have skills or they lied about their qualifications? If they lied, there's a process that we need to follow in terms of resolving the issue there. Thank you.
I thank you, Alderman. Councillor Muller.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree fully with Councillor Maluleka. If you open the spreadsheet up, you have to reduce it to actually see most of the people, not verified, not verified, not verified. That is of great concern. So one of my recommendations obviously will be that we get a follow-up report where we actually see has it been verified. What concerns me in this, as a very critical part of the city's functioning of our finances, if you look in logistics management, I'd like to hear from the group head, what are the qualifications needed for a chief storekeeper, a senior storekeeper, and a storekeeper? Because if I look at what is before me, we have storekeepers with grade 10. We have storekeepers with grade 8. We have senior storekeepers with absolutely no experience, anything more than just experience, as well as chief storekeepers that have got no verifications. My knowledge is you need to have an accounting qualification to do this job. And we have grade 8 people. Andre W. Barnard, line 22. 38 years of experience, that's wonderful. I'm glad that we need people that are experienced, but with only a grade 8. Grade 10, line 24. This is of great concern. And then if you go to our two, I just want to get my notes here. We have 2 deputy directors also. No verification on the claimed, I'm saying claimed. If it's verified, then it is real qualifications. So if we can have an indication on what are the needed qualifications and why we have so many unverified qualifications in front of us in this report. Then I'd also like to find out, it speaks of a MFMP completed. What, please, is an MFMP? I'm afraid I do not know what that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Muller. Thank you very much, and apologies for that delay. Councillor Bushelo, you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I've been covered by the councillors that spoke before me, but I just wanted to emphasize some other aspects of the issues that they have raised. So I think this is a very critical report for us. We requested this report because most of the delay of the project, the supply chain is involved. That is why we needed to check what is the skill base of the supply chain. But as the councillors have already alluded, the report that is before us is not comprehensive. We also wanted to check for each position what is the requisite qualification and skills that is required by that particular positions versus the actual qualifications that those incumbent possesses. So we don't have those kind of information. We would be very much in a better position if we have got that kind of information. But as Alderman Maluleka has indicated, when we check, most of the people are not included in the report. We don't know what is the reason. And the qualification, as Alderman Maluleka has already indicated. What we have discovered based on the information that is before us is that some of the people are misplaced. It doesn't mean that we have got the BCom degree, you can be working in procurement, because procurement is one of the critical component of the success of each and every project that we have here. So we are appealing to the city managers to look into this issue so that the right people will be placed at the right division or the right position, so that we are not saying, as Maluleka is indicating, we are not saying people should be fired, but people should be placed at the positions that will be optimally used. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor Bushelo, for that input. Councillor Simfeng, followed by Councillor Farquharson, and then we'll allow Group Human Capital to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add on what the fellow councillors just asked, in terms of the required qualification, I'd like to find out the required qualification as per the city's requirement. Is it in line with the norms and standards of that occupation? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Farquharson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to warn you that Councillor Miller will put recommendations after the questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Dube.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question. Is the SAP system still being used? Or is the SAP system being used, or are they still using it on a manual system? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jube. We'll now allow Group Human Capital to respond to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, councillors, colleagues here, and the executive that are present in the meeting. Just to perhaps make some few remarks
in terms of the questions that were posed by Councillor. Perhaps I would like to start by saying that the spreadsheet that we've got, before us, I'm well aware that perhaps we were supposed to have also indicated in terms of these positions what will be the minimum requirements, or what are the minimum requirements that are required per position, and that's, I suspect, one of the omissions that we could not really put as part of this report. And going forward, when we make a follow-up report, would indicate the minimum requirements per position. That obviously would assist us just to indicate whether the colleagues, as per these profiles that have been submitted to ourselves, do they necessarily meet those requirements that are stipulated per position. So as part of our follow-up report, I think we'll be able to do that so that we can comprehensively, indicate that indeed, the employees, when they are juxtaposed against the qualification, do they really correlate in terms of experience and qualification going forward? So I agree that we would need to make a follow-up report just to ensure that we are comprehensively, reporting on the qualification audit. And then the point that is also made by Councillor Maluleka with respect to the displaced employees. I just also want to indicate that there is a process, and I'm going to ask Shanaz just to elaborate further in terms of the current skills assessment that we are undertaking organization-wide. One of the objectives of that exercise is to precisely, determine the skill set per employee in the institution, so that we are able to confirm whether our employees are allocated to the position that they do really possess the necessary qualifications, so that they are able to perform in terms of the goals and objectives of that particular position. So that assessment that we are currently busy with will be, among others, be able to address the issue of possible displacement, where employees are put in position where they do not meet necessary qualification. Once we have done the assessment, we should be able to indicate where ultimately where the employees should be located in terms of their responsibilities based on the outcome of that assessment that will be undertaken. And Shanaz will be able to really explain where we at and what processes we are going to undertake and what will be the ultimate outcome that we are going to really achieve with that exercise moving forward. Then I think on the follow-up report it's quite clear, from other councillors, that the report doesn't essentially, as I said earlier on, indicate minimum requirements per position. And I think that is responded to the earlier remark that I made, that when we do that follow-up report, we should be able to really indicate what are the qualifications that are required for the position, whether the employees are able to match those qualifications going forward, and what will be the outcome moving forward from an assessment perspective. That Shanaz is going to elaborate further. Then on the submission of the report, Councillor Maluleka, we have noted that, yes, indeed, the report was requested in 2023, and you are correct that the delay was inter alia as a result of the data that we wanted to collate. So it took quite some time, for us to really get the data, that we are presenting to yourself. And I can assure you that what we've got before us as we speak today might be fundamentally different from what we have in the report. And that follow-up report that we are going to present to yourself would be able to articulate clearly the status of some of the employees in terms of qualification that they've submitted. Where there is, information that has not been submitted, I want to believe that with the follow-ups that we have made from a departmental side, we might uncover that information is currently available, but that can also be presented in the follow-up report that can come. That would close all those gaps that has been identified in terms of certain employees not submitting what is required from a qualification profile, because this exercise was essentially between the department and the employee concerned. So we were expecting the employees to give us information that was requested. So in instances where the information was not submitted, obviously there might be specific reasons, but we would make follow-ups just to make sure that we get that information quite thorough, and make sure that in the follow-up report we are able to articulate clearly, that feedback going forward. Just to emphasize a point that what we have submitted to yourself, this is essentially a qualification audit. We didn't go into the nuts and bolts that Shanaz is going to, address you on in terms of the skill sets, skills, analysis, like I said earlier on, in terms of different responsibilities within the department in the main. So finance, for example, is one of those departments that we've identified as a core department that would need to focus microscopically in to ensure that whatever outcomes that are going to come from the skills assessment, we're able to prioritize finance by implementing them first, because of the significance that it plays within the institution. So that is part of our agenda in terms of our program from a skills assessment perspective, just to isolate finance and ensure that we are able to give more attention to them, with respect to this project that we are undertaking currently. So I'm going to, Chair, through you, just to request Shanaz just to give just a succinct, progress in terms of the skills assessment, because it's a major component of what we are reporting upon. I mean, it assists the current project assists the institution in terms of determining what is our, organization-wide, whether the city has got the right people with the right qualification for them to be able to perform effectively in terms of our business plans that we have adopted in the institutions. So allow me to ask Shanash just to share with us in terms of the skills assessment, but focusing mainly on finance in terms of where we're at and what we are doing in the finance space to ensure that we're able to really, when we do the follow-up report, give you a comprehensive report that will be able to articulate some of the issues that we have referred or some of the questions that have been asked by different councillors today. Thank you very kind.
Thank you. I'll now allow Shanaz to elaborate further. No, I think, are you not able to get closer to a mic?
Okay, let's try. That's better. Good morning, committee. 3 key things that I wish to emphasize. 1, we've prioritized the finance department to do a comprehensive skills assessment audit. The audit is a legislative compliance requirement. The municipality is in the midst of making sure that every department, every permanent staff member is assessed as part of this requirement. The finance department as of today stands at 81% completion. There are 58 officials within the SEM team that have not yet completed the audit. There's about 523 officials within revenue management that still need to complete the audit. We are working with the CFO and the senior officials in that department to ensure that we get 100% compliance of every staff member participating. There are some resistance that we're experiencing, and we are ensuring that staff understand this is not optional, it's a legislative requirement. So we will give them one last attempt within next week to complete their audits. Failing cooperation, tough action will be taken against their non-compliance. We are looking at getting a comprehensive finance department report in place with all the data analysis that will give you that comprehensive report that you seek. Where we will ensure where there's a misfit with what's required. I want to specifically, secondly, now answer the question that one of the councillors asked around norms and standards and the required qualification. This entire audit is fueled by a methodology that's built on the core competencies of each position. There's a skills matrix that informs each assessment. So each position is got a set of core competencies. We've taken the job descriptions of each employee that we are assessing. We are building so we can clearly from this audit see where the job description is incomplete, is not meeting the requirements of what the competencies should be reflected in the job description. So part of this intervention, all of our job descriptions will be refreshed to ensure there's no deficiencies in making sure that we recruit and we staff against the job descriptions properly on the core competencies. Each staff member will get a report from their participation in the audit that clearly show for your job, these are the core competencies, these are the competencies that you meet, the competencies that need development support, and the competencies that you're not meeting at this time. Development conversations will happen with those supervisors and with those group heads to look at where there are people that's not fit for purpose in what their role require, where the development gap is too big, where the training interventions might be so intensive and of a time intensive nature where it's going to take people longer to get to the capacity where we need them to be now, so that we can then make choices and decisions around the levels of competencies in those spaces. That's where I will pause. I think the rest of the stuff has been covered. Just to say, committee, this audit is, we've completed all executives. We're currently in the phase of covering all middle management. We are closing off phase 1. We are starting with phase 2. All the data preparation is happening. We are looking at the 10 core service delivery departments where that intensive audit will happen in the next month. We will go live with phase 2. So this is an intensive process where we as a city want to absolutely know what are the skills we're working with, where's our more targeted training interventions. Not every capacity problem is going to have a training solution. Some is it where we're going to need to make hard choices that people are not having what we need for the journey that we need to go on. I'm going to pause there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I will take hands for follow-up. Okay, so Alderman Maluleka, David Farquharson, and Karabo Simpeng, and lastly Rodney Mabuse. And Councillor Mula and Councillor Tshepo Kgatli.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Group head, you are not responding to our question. You are not. You are, and Shines takes it further in bringing confusion. Because our focus is not on the institution. We understand the critical part of observing what happens in the institution, but we are focusing here. Remember, this was flagged by AG. Therefore, our mandate is not necessarily to look at the entire institution. It's important you are, Shines, you are responding to legislation and what needs to be done instead in strengthening the entire institution. But the request here is specific. Supply chain management. Because I asked a specific question. Is the report is not covering everybody from supply chain management. I hear what you're saying, but that's not what we are asking. What we are asking is about supply chain management. Let's be specific so that we can be able to focus, because our issue here, is it's in response to what Parliament is saying about Oversight Committee on MPEC. Every day you are dealing with cases of supply chain management. Who's overseeing, who presides over these tenders? Are these people having requisite skills? That's why the report, we're asking this report. If we were specific and were zooming on this specific, we'll be able to zoom in deep, get into, do we have right people for this? I understand that you are so overwhelmed by what you need to do in terms of the entire institution. But the report is about these people that next year, this year we're going to a new financial year. Audit finding is going to come flagging the very same issue that we were supposed to have corrected. And we did nothing about it. Therefore, what we're asking is that answer the questions. Why other executives are not included in this report? How long is it going to take us to get the follow-up report? Because it took us 7 months to get this report. If it's going to take us another year to get the report, only on supply chain management, we're going to have a problem. We need to say it hither to our other comments, that we're going to have a problem if the report is going to be delayed further. Because we want to correct supply chain as a division that we flagged, not any other. They're important, all of them. Finance is important. You need to make sure that there are people that are correct there. Transport, but we are focusing on supply chain management. Can we focus on that? There's an avalanche of people from revenue agent, Magwabo, G, that are imported to supply chain management. And you can see that these people are going to struggle. Why are we poaching from revenue agent? And when you are responding to the report, you are saying that these people are not appointed on permanent basis and other things. But you are still putting them on supply chain management. A critical component of our city, it's presided by people that do not have requisite skills. Because I'm referencing the report that we are reading. I'm not referencing future things that we're going to do, because you are telling us about future things that we're going to do. Therefore, the report it's incomplete. It doesn't cover what we've asked. Can it be corrected? Because we just want to assist the division to perform optimally. But it can't if you are also in your work, focusing elsewhere. Yes, it's important. We want to look at what we are having as an institution, the entire institution. But for now, can we have supply chain division on who presides over the work that is being done there? We can comment further if we are armed with the correct report that we've asked. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Maluk. So what I will do, I'm going to allow Councillor Farquharson and Councillor Simfeng to ask their questions, and then we'll allow the group head to respond. Then after his responses, I will have Councillor Mabusela, Councillor Mola, and Councillor Khatle. This is just so that we can get quality answers instead of just asking the 6 in one go. So Councillor Farquharson, you are next. You'll be followed by Councillor Simfeng, and then Group Human Capital.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I disagree with my colleague that we've actually got ground that I feel confident on, that we're standing on with this report. We have asked for years for questions about education and qualifications. This gives me great comfort that we're actually getting there. The length of time, unfortunately, any change is never smooth, and we need to be patient, well, not too impatient at how slowly it takes to change things. I've come from a corporate background, and some of the change projects take years. But this seems to be getting traction. The first question I have is tough measures to be taken. I welcome the idea. And what are the tough measures? And do they involve anything from Circular 121 that Council adopted last year after it was brought by the committee? And the second question is, we don't want people fired, and we applaud your idea of retraining and trying to make people fit for purpose. So that is something we'd like to see more information on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My question to Shanaz is just to get an idea. She outlined a process to be followed. Roughly, how long does she think that process, how long would it take just for supply management? This is excluding all other departments. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, Group Human Capital, yeah, you can respond. Thank you.
No, thanks. Thank you very much, Chair, for the second opportunity. Yes, I thought in my response earlier on, Councillor Maluleka, we've indicated that most of the areas that we have made reference to that were omitted in the report, and obviously when we do a follow-up report, we'll obviously focus fundamentally on those aspects. For example, I mean, where you spoke about issues of displacement, where employees do not fit the skill or the position that they are currently occupying, which requires specific skill set, and these employees do not possess same. So in the follow-up report, we should be in a position to indicate to you what interventions we are going to put in place, to ensure that we are able to really, allow employees to acquire specific skill set. As one of the examples, acquire the specific skill set that they require for them to be able to perform in that position quite effectively. So we'll be focusing on on those kind of interventions moving forward. There are other interventions that we can also consider in this respect, if we are able to uncover that indeed certain employees who were placed in specific positions. When we look at the process in terms of placement, that the process was not followed to the latter. There should be other interventions that we should consider in that area, and our report should be in the position to really articulate clearly, those positions when we do that follow-up report. And I agree. I mean, it's unfortunate now that we are unable to, go through the report and indicate those officials that did not, submit the information that we required. What are the reasons behind the non-submission? So in our report, obviously, Shana speaks about a total of 58 employees in the supply chain management division. We'll look at them comprehensively, put a follow-up report that essentially addresses most of the areas of concern that we have articulated moving forward. Like I said earlier on, our report was essentially looking at the qualification audit. It didn't go as further as indicating minimum requirements per position where employees are currently performing. But when we do our follow-up report, we should be in a position just to do that audit and that assessment, whether those minimum requirements that are occupied by specific, or those positions that are occupied by specific, employees, do they necessarily meet the minimum requirement that are required, either legislatively or through, supply and demand moving forward. So the point that I want to emphasize, Councillor, is that in our follow-up report would ensure, and I don't think it will take forever, we should be able to ensure that the remarks and the questions that we have articulated earlier on are responded to thoroughly, so that we are able to really indicate indeed where we at in terms of supply chain management. And I agree that we would give more critical attention to the supply chain management division that falls within the finance department, because that was a request that essentially came from this committee, and our response will be really driven towards the submission of a follow-up report that fundamentally focuses on that moving forward. So I take it that, Chair, if there's any other issues that might be required in that follow-up report, we might get them in writing so that we're able to prepare a very comprehensive report that entirely addresses the concern that are raised by committee members. Thank you very much.
Okay, Shana. I think also, yes, on the timeline as well, but also there was a question from Councillor Farquharson about the tough action that you would take. So he wanted to understand, what does that tough action entail for those employees that just are not giving the information that is required? I think, Gerald, your mic is still on. Please switch off.
Okay, we good now? Okay. Any skills assessment, as it is within the municipal staffing regulations, it is a developmental exercise. The skills assessment is not a witch hunt to look at who do we need to get rid of. It's an assessment to say, how do we build the institution, how do we build employees to what is required, right? And that's the spirit with which we are doing the assessment. We would want to ensure that people are open to learning and development, and that employees are not just saying, I'm just here, I've got this job, and the attitude of I'm not open to learning and development, where their role and their competence assessment requires urgent relearning, retraining, where they haven't been, engaging active development for many years since they've been in the role. So we want to cultivate a healthier, vibrant, and an active learning culture, learning attitude amongst our staff. Where the gap in learning and qualifications is so big that we would need to reconsider where will you best fit to add value and be a contribution to the city, then those might be some of the tough conversations we need to have. But the audit is not going to be used as a weapon to say who's going to get on a list of that need to be exited. right? All development efforts. One of the first things that the staffing regulations say, each and every public servant, each and every employee of a municipality is responsible for their own career, right? So as part of our employment relationship, I need to make sure that I bring my skills, I upgrade my skills, the employer creates an enabling environment for me to be an active, contributing, value-adding employee. On the timeline, we are intending to present to the city manager and EXCO the comprehensive finance departmental report at the end of March. The supply chain management division will be a special separate report within that larger department report, fitting within that same timeline. We are confident that we can commit to, given where the work is at now, and with the added emphasis that you want to see in that comprehensive supply chain management report, it is within our timeline to complete that by the end of March and take it through our internal processes within the city. And by, once the city manager is satisfied with the work that we've done with presenting that report, there should be no reason why after the end of March and starting preparing the report for this committee. So as soon as after the end of March, we can present the necessary report to this committee. And we hope that's acceptable.
Okay, thank you. So now we will move on to the second round of questions. We will start with Councillor Mabusela, then Councillor Mola, and lastly Councillor Khadli.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I think my two questions I had, the first one in particular, the issue of time frame, has been covered. But other questions raised by my colleague here, David, it was not responded to in terms of what do you mean when you say tough actions. And we understand that, we understand the principle around the issue of conducting the skills audit. We are not in dispute about that. The methodology, we understand it. However, we say no. When we say no, the tough actions are going to be taken. What do you mean? So that it can make sense. The issue of principles around skills audit, that is not a witch hunt, and we agree about that. But we need to ensure that they are either preventative measures, at some point there will be punitive measures and corrective measures. So I wanted to understand what does it mean. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mola.
Sorry, Chair, I asked what an MFMP completed yes or no means. If I can just get that acronym, what it actually means, please. And then why are revenue agents, it says they are not part of the procurement, the process, why do they not need to have a qualification? I don't understand on the spreadsheets. Thank you.
Okay, and lastly, Councillor Khadli.
Thanks a lot. Just to emphasize what Mr. Maluleka is saying, we need a report of supply chain because sometimes we get wide reports, we can't focus. We don't want finance, we want supply chain. I think we need to be strict as MPEC to say that, leave everything out. We want a supply chain report. Why? Because supply chain is the backbone of every department. We are having delays in all departments, and every time we get one word, it's supply chain. You go to Rock, we can't do what? Supply chain. You go everywhere, supply chain. Everybody, why can't you perform? Supply chain.
So we want to zoom into supply chain and be able to get to understand what is happening within supply chain. The finance report, they can come later, fine. But for now, we want the specific supply chain so that we read only supply chain and focus on it and resolve on it and fix supply chain so that we're able to deal with it. Another point that I want to raise is that, it's high time human resource take responsibility. Because whenever you have challenges within the city, we need comments from human resource. Maybe you need to look into your minimum requirements. Maybe there's latest things that your staff must have that your minimum requirements don't cover. I think you need to be strategic and look within the challenges with the city and respond as human resource department to say, how do you assist the city in dealing with the challenges that they have of performance, of every challenge that they have. Human resource must come to the table and tell us that their minimum requires standard of recruiting, still working within assisting the city. How can we improve? What other skills needs to be added to the staff that we have in order to make sure that they perform optimally? And number three, a question: who takes responsibility for somebody who's incompetent when they make irregular decisions? They will be coming to MPEC, will be forced to take money from people. But the problem is that those people were not competent enough. And the city knew that they were not competent enough. The next time they make mistakes, the next time they have to suffer the consequences. Was there systems in place to protect those people now? They are signing off documents, but they don't have the capacity to make all the decisions that they have. They're supposed to check some documents, they don't have the capacity. At the end of the day, when they make mistakes, who takes the fall? Will it be the head of human resource department or what? I want to understand that one, because we are working with people who at the present moment will make sure that we get other audit outcomes. Come March, we'll be having another audit finding reflect. Why? Because we are having an incompetent staff. What buffer, the last one is that, what buffers can we put in place to make sure, meanwhile, while you are waiting for people to retrain and what, to make sure that, is there a strategic plan to make sure that we don't get irregular decisions made within the city with people who are not competent enough. And that's why this report is very urgent, because we have been doing in circles, dealing with the same problem. Even now we'll be having a meeting committee dealing with the same things. But the result of a city that is unable to take proper decisions and make sure that it protects its staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khatle. Shanaz, we'll go over to you. I think there was a question that came from the previous round as well about what you said about the tough actions that you will take. And I think it's something that came out of your presentation. So if you could perhaps respond on that first and then respond on the other three questions from this round. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. MFMP. I don't exactly know, but I'm going to venture a guess. It stands for Municipal Finance Management Program. That's my best guess, right? On the what tough action am I insinuating? Now, skills development without performance management will always leave us in trouble, right? So I can have expectations of what are the skills development that need to be done. But if there's no proper performance management to keep me to, am I doing what I'm supposed to do? That's where the gap exists. And we are stepping up as Group Human Capital on both those fronts. This entire citywide skills audit is going to help us to wake us up to ensuring we hold each and every staff member accountable for what's the job actually entail, making sure we give people, we empower the necessary skills where there's a gap, but that's got to be flanked by performance management. Where the skills assessment and performance management intersect committee is that part of the performance development that needs to be part of every performance agreement is going to say, Shanaz, in these areas you're performing okay. This is the training you must go on. This is the training that needs to be completed within the next 6 months, and we want to see results from the impact of the training on your performance. That is where it needs to hang together, so that in the way that we manage our people, we see that results from a performance and the skills that bring about the performance improvement. So tough action is about when I am unproductive, I am not doing my job well, can I hide behind that it's a skills problem, or is it an attitude or a lazy problem, so that we can intervene in the right place? Because often we say it's a skills development problem, but it's actually we just need to get people to see whether they meet their employment contract in full, right? So that I don't hide behind and say, well, they haven't given me training, so I'm just going to sit back and not be fully engaged in earning my salary. That's what I am meaning, and I hope it's sufficiently clear now. I want to say that there's been a thorough process mapping of all contract management, where supply chain is part of the contract management value chain. Now, it's easy to just complain a lot about supply chain management is the non-compliant party, and I'm sure there's a lot of breakdowns and dysfunctionalities in that system. But our team within City Strategies have done a detailed process mapping of what needs to happen within a department, what happens from the specs that's being written, from all the committees it needs to pass through, what needs to happen at supply chain management. And they've developed key performance indicators to say the turnaround times that need to happen at each stage of the process, right, to ensure that there's no delays in getting the processes through. And the problem is we are not doing well yet with implementing that process management that's been done and holding people to account for the key performance indicators and the turnaround times, so that the speed with which the entire process hangs together, there are various actors, and each one of those actors need to be engaged to say that, as soon as the BAC has approved a report, we need to ensure that within this minimum time, the minutes come out, the appointment letters go out, the service level agreements come out, the service provider is appointed, and so on. And there's certain dysfunctionalities and breakdowns in that entire chain. Although it's been mapped, it's there, right? We are not translating that into saying performance management, right, in terms of you've got a minimum time and you've got a backlog of so many pieces that's not yet have come off your desk. And I think that's where part of the intervention is. Chairperson, have I attended to what you are asking? On the revenue agents, I'm not competent to answer that question. Gerald's going to come in and link to that. The audit will help us get clear about what should be the requirements that we compete recruiting against. Gerald, I'm going to leave the piece to you. What do we do with incompetent people?
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity again. Maybe just to start with the questions that were important questions that were raised by Councillor Khatle on issues of non-performance citywide. Remember, we've got line managers who are responsible for the management of their different, portfolios. So if there's issues of non-performance, or when there are issues of non-performance in those respective departments, line managers have got instruments to utilize, to encourage performance through performance management system. We've got a collective agreement on disciplinary management that has been approved. So those are some of the instruments that you utilize when there is non-performance in the department, depending on the nature of that non-performance. So it cannot be just relocated to one department to manage non-performance organization-wide. So it will be tailor-made per department, because you've got line managers who are tasked with that responsibility, and they manage performance in their responsible portfolios. They've got business plans, standards, performance agreements, so they utilize those tools to ensure that they are able to achieve specific objectives. Then indeed, Councillor Khatle, we look at the standard, that is applicable across with respect to how human capital is ran in the corporate. So from time to time, we undertake benchmarks so that we are not found to be behind in terms of whatever instruments that we are utilizing and recommending from the, for the institution. For example, just to brag, I mean, we've got a policy that we have approved in the city of Tshwane that is called talent management. I mean, if you look at local government at large, we might be among other, one of those municipalities that have such a policy. And that policy is going to be instrumental in terms of changing behavior and attitude, and culture in the institution going forward. So we look at the trend, and then obviously where there's a need for us to adapt and, review our policies, we do likewise, so that we are kept abreast of latest development that is applicable within the human capital management fraternity or portfolio. So, Councillor Khatle, we do precisely that. Then the issue with respect to tough actions, I didn't want to use the word tough, but there are actions obviously that we are undertaking as we speak now, specifically for those employees who did not meet, the deadlines that we set for them to submit the information that we required as part of this qualification audit. So we are continuously going to make follow-ups, give them a last opportunity for them to submit information. Failure to do that, obviously this matter will be escalated to supervisors so that they can take corrective actions and measures to ensure that these employees are able to give us the information, because it's not like they are doing us a favor by giving us that information. I mean, it's one of the requirements that forms part of the skills assessment that we spoke to earlier for employees to submit that information. So we are going to continuously, like we were doing in the previous, months, put more concerted effort for employees to give us those that are outstanding in terms of the qualification framework. Then the question with respect to revenue agents is a very important question. You would note that in our remarks, Councillor, what we have indicated in terms of qualification verification was that revenue agents, and then we make a statement that these chaps were not appointed, or officials were not appointed through a normal recruitment exercise. These are some of the employees that were appointed in the institution through an absorption process that was ultimately approved by council. So we are also putting concerted effort for them to give us their qualifications. So many of them, because they were never, appointed through a competitive process, they were never submitted any curriculum vitae for them to be appointed in the institution. It was, like I said, an absorption exercise that was ultimately approved by council, but we are putting more concerted effort for them to submit what they claim to possess in terms of their qualifications. So we have observed that to date they have not submitted any information that we have requested. They are not treated special. We are going to also put more emphasis for them to submit the requirements so that we are able to verify whether those qualifications are legitimate or fraudulent going forward. And obviously, in cases where we are able to determine whether qualifications were not obtained, legitimately, there are other processes that we follow from a DC, exercise, to remedy the situation going forward. So I thought I might just wrap up with, giving answers to those last set of questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, and thank you very much. So now, colleagues, we will take hands for the recommendation that David warned us about, and then we move on to the next report. Yes, Councillor Mola, you can make the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. That supply chain management report on the qualifications, that a quarterly report be brought to impact, including the verification of all qualifications which were not verified, and what action will be taken going forward to resolve the lack of qualifications. That the Learning and Developmental Division of Group Human Capital Management submit a progress report on the interventions to put in place to accelerate institutional capacity to yield service delivery on a quarterly basis, and that a similar report be brought to impact regarding buyers from supply chain management. And the report must also include minimum qualification requirements for all positions. I think that is what we discussed, and this is proposed by myself, Councillor Siobhan Miller, and seconded by Councillor Marie Hubert. Thank you.
Okay, the additional recommendation is that a quarterly report be brought to MPEC, including the verification of all qualifications which were not verified or what action will be taken going forward to resolve the lack of qualifications, that the Learning and Development Division of Group Human Capital Management submit a progress report on the interventions put in place to accelerate institutional capacity to yield service delivery. This should be submitted quarterly, and that a similar report be brought to MPEC regarding the buying section of supply chain management, and also include minimum qualifications and requirements for the various positions. This is proposed by Councillor Siobhan Miller, seconded by Councillor Marie Joubert. As recommended. Colleagues, we now move on to report number 3. This is from Environment and Agriculture Management Department, follow-up report on revenue generated by landfill sites for the year 2022-2023 financial year. This report is on page 34 to 38. Recommendations are on page 38. Councillor Bushielo, followed by Councillor Alderman Maluleka, and followed by Councillor Solowa and Councillor Mabusela.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm just going to be quick, but we all know that as the city, we are experiencing a serious challenge on revenue collection. And it is our understanding that each and every mechanism or approach that will assist the city to improve its revenue collection, it must be pursued. As the MPEC, we have gone through the site, we have gone through the site visit just to check the state of the landfill site. And we raised several issues. We discovered that at the site, there are no electricity. But however, the report is also indicating that their projection was 114 million, and the revenue that they have realized is 85 million, which bring us to the variance of 29 million. And they are also saying that this issue of repairing the weight bridges, they are not doing it because of lack of money, and they have not been budgeting it for the last 5 years, which means that as the city, based on the information that we have, we're losing a revenue of 148 million for the past 5 years when we are not repairing these things. And if you look at the reports, I mean, they are throwing their hands in the air, saying that there is nothing we can do, there is no money, we are not budgeting. I mean, come the budget, we are not going to budget, we are not going to receive any money. This is very discouraging because as the city, we need money. We want to improve basic services. Our communities need to get services. So I just wanted to get clarification from the departments. What is their plan in terms of repairing the weight bridges? Because they are there. We have used the money to buy them and to install them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bushielo. Alderman Maluleka.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I agree with what Councillor Bushielo has said. But I think we just need a simple response, Group 8 Malaga. Are you scared of people that have hijacked our landfills? If you are scared of them, because they are killing officials these days, you must tell us so that we can devise mechanisms of reclaiming them back. Because we can sit here, lie to each other, talk good English, but if you are scared of them, say so. we just want to get to that point because we're just dilly-dallying around the point and egg-shelling on a very serious matter. This is a matter of revenue. We went there. There's a transformer there. They cut electricity for that weighbridge to work. And it's deliberate, you can see. If you are scared to get to Hida, Bargain Social, Hidali, say so that we can get police and everybody to remove those forums. And if we want to give in to criminality, you must also say so. We can't sit here, have reports, make projections, and when we are supposed to get money there, we're not getting anything. And we continue to service them because we're putting our plan there to service these landfills. And if you are opting for us to give them to private sector, say so. That we are losing the battle, let's then hand them over to private sector so that they can put security there. And we can be able to work with them. Otherwise, remove this obligation of us to collect this waste, give it to somebody who can do it. We need to get to that point. We can't come here all the time discussing one point because physically we are from there. We didn't hear from other people. It's not grapevines. We were there. We want straight answers. Thank you.
Thank you. I think maybe what I should do is allow Mr. Malaka to respond. After he has responded to those two questions, then we will have Councillor Dikeledi and Councillor Mabusela ask their questions and he can respond. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Malaka.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the questions that have been raised. Maybe let me start with the last question that has been raised by Councillor Maluleke. I think it's well known that our landfill site in terms of parameter and security are actually lacking. Obviously, when that is lacking, the entire operation will be compromised, and that is the case in this stage. And obviously, what we had previously recommended was the fact that there should be a serious decongestion of the sites and properly be secured and proper security be provided. Then all else that is in terms of the infrastructure within the facility will be therefore protected, and therefore the operation can go into normal. So obviously that is the point at which we are. And it necessarily does not mean that we're throwing our hands in the air. If you look at the revenue generated in the period that has been requested by this committee, there was a variance of 29 million outside the 114 million that has been projected for the site, of which its reasons was basically because there was a delay on the system in terms of billing the contractors that are directly contracted to the municipality. I think maybe just to also give a bit of context in terms of what Councillor Bushielo has raised, in terms of the plans to repair the weighbridge. Alternatively, we looked at exploring other options possible in terms of the weighbridge. But the unfortunate part is the fact that if the security and the parameter fencing and the decongestion of unauthorized persons in the landfill site still continues, obviously our efforts will be futile in terms of securing that site and taking control of the site. So in a way in which we are using the manual system in terms of collecting revenue. Yes, I will agree that there might be gaps, basically using the manual system, because there might be people who are sneaking through the site without being paid. So, and again, maybe what is of great importance for the committee is therefore to illustrate that this report was purely requested in terms of the revenue generated, not necessarily the issues that relates to security, the issues that relates to the plans that we have in relation to the site, and the entire operation of the site, of which it can be provided in future. Thank you, Chair.
Just to correct you, the thank you. Just for a correction there, this report did come to MPEC and it was sent back to give you that mandate that address some of those issues. The issue of revenue, yes, I see now you've put in a table for the figures, which makes it easier for us to read instead of a paragraph that you had previously. So that's appreciated. But we did speak about the manual system and we wanted you to address the issue of security. So just to correct that we did ask for it, we were specific about it. But having said that, I'm going to allow the other two colleagues, okay, Gil discovered, we will allow Councillor Mabusela to ask a question. But I also just want to ask, from my side, you talk about decongestion talks about capacity. And for us at our in-local inspection, when we did the physical site visit, we saw that it's not an issue of capacity that is urgent or that should be priority for the department, but what should be priority is revenue generation. And you don't talk about putting in measures to address revenue generation. I understand that you might want to get another site, but I think it will not be advisable when priority is not to. We don't have a capacity issue. We've got an issue of collecting the revenue that we are getting. Secondly, if we are losing about 29 million, have you done a cost-benefit study where you look at how much would we have made if we had security in place? Thank you. Councillor Mabusela, you can ask your question and then we'll allow Mr. Malaka to respond.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity. Just one of the critical issues that is being experienced in this report is an issue relating to, amongst the litany of issues, is the issue relating to material differences in a form of, through this manual system that we are operating, as the city, we are unable to account for the money that has been generated. It's a material differences in an accounting term. So I wanted to understand, and I want to take the group way to page 36 of the report. And I want to quote you because it's written there to say, and I quote, "It should be noted that the system for billing is not able to provide actual revenue collected per site." That is what is written in the report under page 36, and it reflects me to doubt the credibility of the report in terms of revenue collected, as the report indicated. Firstly, I wanted to understand, Chairperson, in terms of improvement measures in place around the issue of ensuring that we are not losing a revenue. What measures are put in place to avoid losing a revenue in place and in a form of improvement measures? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mabusela. Over to you, Mr. Malaka.
Thank you, Chair, for the questions. Maybe let me start to the remarks that you have made in terms of the cost-benefit analysis, in terms of what we should be generating if there's proper security on sites. I think if you look at what is on page 35, which is the projected revenue, because every year we will do a cost projection of what we will be bringing on all of the sites, and therefore that becomes what we are expected to generate in a specific financial year. And as with regard to the questions that has been raised by Councillor Mabusela on page 36, I think the current our current SAP system, maybe let me start by saying the reflection of the revenue that is contained in this report, it's actually an extract from our SAP system in terms of what all the landfill sites combined has generated over the period in question. So obviously the system, what it does not do, and that's what is contained on page 36, it does not segment the revenue in terms of individual landfill site. It just gives you the global figure of what the disposal site has generated in a given particular financial year. So the credibility of the revenue cannot be doubted based on the fact that it has been extracted from the citywide used system of revenue, of revenue information as well as billing. When I think the other question was to say in a sense that what should be the measures that could be put in place in terms of to not lose revenue. And obviously it will be what we are currently doing and what it's not even contained in the report, which definitely look at various aspects, like for example, the stop list that we are using at the landfill sites, the issues that relates to credit control of those that we know are not paying, the landfill sites that we have on our system, and also including the elements that relates to registration of vehicle plates that comes through the site on a daily basis, and therefore ensuring that they are tracked in terms of the volume of which they are disposed. I think what is important here that we need to consider is the fact that as we go through the budget appropriation, there is a need in relation to the repair, the maintenance, and the security of the sites, which definitely needs to be budgeted for as we make a request through the budget processes. And again, Chairperson, you've raised the issue that relates to the decongestion of the site. I think I've used that word loosely, precisely because if you look at what the number of unauthorized persons in the landfill sites, precisely because of the vandalism, the lack of perimeter fencing, and as well as the security factors that are happening on the site, it's a major significant problem, which necessarily needs that you need to take out everybody that is on the site that is not authorized, secure the site, and take over control of the site. So literally that's what I was referring to. Chair, I think I have touched on all the questions that have been raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any follow-up questions, colleagues? Covered? Okay. We can then move on to recommendation. Oh, yes. We are moving on to recommendations. Councillor Mabusela is going to make a recommendation.
No, thanks, Chairperson. We would like to request to add additional recommendation that read as follows: that the department submit a quarterly report to UNPAC on the improvement status of the manual system, repairing of weight bridge and wall and fence, and improvement plan around the asset protection. It was proposed by Councillor Rodney Mabusela and seconded by Councillor Shibon Miller.
Okay. This additional recommendation is that the department submit a quarterly report to MPEC on the status of the manual system, the weight bridges, repairs to the fence or wall, and asset protection. So, okay. This is proposed by Councillor Rodney Mabusela, and it is seconded by Councillor Siobhan Muller. Thank you. So now we will move on to our next report. This report is from, and that was the recommendation as recommended. Sorry about that, colleagues. Okay, and the fourth item, this is from Roads and Transport Department. This is
Oh, yeah. Just before we step off, Chair, I just want to understand if the department has resolved that the issue of payment of landfills from contractors, which was a thorny issue that delayed as there was a contest and there was a protest that the contractors came and stormed this building because it was not factored in the new tender. Is that issue resolved in the new tender, Group 8? Payment of landfills by contractors?
yes, please go ahead, Mr. Mark.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the issue that relates to automatic deduction of landfill fees from contractors contracted to the city, it's currently happening and it has been resolved. So we are almost in a 1.5 year cycle where we have finally addressed that matter. So it's deducted on the invoice payable every month. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll now go to report number 4. This report is from Roads and Transport Department. A report on the progress for Line 2B, Linwood and Atterbury Road project awarded to TCT Civil and Construction. This report is on page 39 to page 51. The recommendations are on page 51. Okay, we'll note hands for questions. We'll start with Alderman Maluleka. I think that is the only hand. So Alderman Maluleka, followed by Councillor Mabusela, and Councillor Mula, and Councillor Yube, and Councillor Wishiel.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. There's a pattern of raising hands. You look at who speaks, and if there's no one that is speaking, you then accept that the report is in good shape. But if there's somebody that speaks, then you start raising hands in case you want to defend something. And so you must observe that pattern. The report is misplaced, the Chair. Councillor Mula is abusing her status in MPEC. Therefore, she should not be subjected to abuse of power. This is more about service delivery. The contest there in the report, it's about the appointment of a CLO. Therefore, because Councillor Mula sits in this committee, she wants to take matters of her ward, bring them here in MPEC, and by extension, wants to threaten the contractor that I can reveal all the tenders that you did in the city. And so that's abuse, absolute abuse of power. It must be nipped in the bud. This is the second time it repeats itself. The ugly head finds itself in MPEC. First, it was Paul and Partners. Paul and Partners Association with the ANC, we need to bring his contracts from 2012. Therefore, TCT is targeted by Councillor Mula here. But I'm happy that in the response of the Councillor, they've resolved that matter. But it should not be repeated. Because what councillors that sit here, they're going to give us ANC caucus their matters, that we must bring them here. Ask how many land parcels have Atterbury acquired in the last 10 years. And what is their interest in acquiring these land parcels?
And who favors them in supply chain? Because the report now goes further to dig who presided over TCT matters. That's absolute abuse of power. We should not do that. The appointment of the CLO was irregular because it was a person that was handpicked when there's a policy of appointing CLOs. That we are observing that it should not come again. It should go back to Councillor Mula and the side camp, and they must resolve that matter. It should not come here. It doesn't have a place here. Thank you.
Chair, I think I need a right of reply to the accusations just made against me. Yes, Chair.
Speaking order. Your hand, you will come afterwards. The next person on the list was Councillor Mabusela, then you, then Councillor Bushielo.
No, thanks, Chairperson. When I read the report, I think it carries some elements of that was going to lead us to elements of persistent non-performance. And I think we are in a good jurisdiction to deal with this matter. If you read the report, it will tell you that in January 2023, the contractor received an appointment letter. But that particular contractor could not do the work because the site was not officially handed over. The site was officially handed over on the 26th of May, 2023. So this is one of the elements of that lead us to non-performance. That can lead us to non-performance. So I wanted to understand in terms of the issues, what led to that particular 5 months to be delayed for the city to hand over. And the second question is in related to a planned versus an actual in the report. Is second issue relating to the performance. The report says the overall progress stands at 24%, to 12%. And you recall that it has been maybe 6 months to 8 months since the inception of this, even a year of this project. And currently we are sitting at 12% in overall performance. So I wanted to understand, because most of our projects are not completed, there are no consequences thereof. And the other issue that they raised lastly is the issue of saying the contract showing a limited experience with the works in a water course. And they are pointing this issue as the issue that contributed to a delay. So the question is that before you could appoint a contractor in terms of specifications, this issue was not picked up there. That is the question. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor Mabusela, Councillor Mola, and then Councillor Bushielo.
And me?
And Councillor Hubert, she says as well. Thank you, Chair. I'm not even going to respond to Councillor Maluleka. My decision has been. It is very clear that the CLO was appointed because he was the only person who lived in the ward, which is the prerequisite of a CLO. So, as far as this goes, why this report was called for is a very good reason, because what we are finding consistently, and it was in council last week, is we have to hand back grants and subsidies because of non-performance. And this is the point. This is an example specifically where BRT Line 2B is one of a network through the city where repeatedly we've had delays and repeatedly we stand the chance of losing that which comes from provincial and national government. We cannot afford it in the city of Tshwane. And what has come out in this is that there are these delays, sometimes very valid ones from the contractor. They cannot do things, whether it's weather or whatever it is. However, there are delays in this specific project because of internal officials not working together. Our officials are not assisting to ensure projects get finished on time so that we get our grants for the next year. And this BRT is an ongoing project for many years now, and we cannot afford to lose that funding. One of the things that comes up is that city planning for the expropriation letters have been issued in this project. But the contractor is not moving forward, which once the letter is issued, they may continue. But they are limited also by the fact that city planning has to confirm building lines of the existing buildings on those properties. And legal and property management and all our different departments need to work together so that that very simple thing can be ascertained. What is the building line? And then to request a reduction in the building line. A very simple process. But because of our officials not bothering to work together, we are delaying projects. That is unacceptable. This project needs to be completed. It needs to be completed as soon as possible. We need to get further grants. We need to upgrade the connection from Mamelodi through to mainland through to the city. That is part of our requirement as a city. But we cannot, when officials are not doing their jobs or contractors are delaying the project because of whatever reason. I would like to ask why we are not having a presentation on the BR2 line this matter. But let's carry on with questions, and then I will see if there are further questions that I have. But our contractors must be competent. Our officials must comply and work together. We have a situation in this very area where this project takes place. 2010, with the World Cup, Justice Mohammed Street was broadened, as well as the bottom of Atterbury and Justice Mohammed, which is exactly where this project is also taking place. The contractor in 2010 connected new stormwater canals because the services had to be moved to the side, but never connected them to the actual stormwater canals. They were dead ends. We now sit with those roads deteriorating and breaking. And we as the city have to pay for the correction of this. In Atterbury and Justice Mohammed Road, where this intersection for this project is, there are no official drawings of those upgrades from 2010. Our contractors are allowed to get away with murder. It costs the city hundreds of millions to rectify their mistakes. So currently, TCT is having to do the new drawings of the 2010 infrastructure so that they can continue. Once again, another delay due to incompetence or unwillingness for our project managers internally to monitor our contractors. And that is why this is here. It's costing the city hundreds of millions to rectify because our officials are not doing their jobs and the contractors are getting away with what they are not supposed to be doing. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bushielo and Councillor Khatle, then Councillor Jube.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll try to be specific, but before I go into the report, I just wanted to also indicate, because I was reading this report, I've read it 3 times, and the question was, why is this report before us as MPEC? But I got the answer when Councillor Maluleka was raising issues. And also the 2 reports that we have just dispensed with when we presented the recommendation on the reports that we wanted to note. So I've realized that we are just going to spend a lot of time discussing the report that are not supposed to be discussed by this committee. Most of these reports are supposed to be discussed by other committees. Like, for example, this one. This report by right was supposed to be discussed by the Section 79 Committee of the Roads and Stormwater. So we need to, Chairperson, we need to sift the report that must come here and the report that must be sent to the other committees. You can take the order, Chairperson. Okay, no, it's fine. Because the other issue, if you look at this issue of the CLO, quite often when the councillor is starting to meddle himself with the appointment of the CL4, it's either that particular councillor have got an vested interest on particular the individual that that person is bringing. So you'll find that there is a vested interest in terms of the person that you specifically handpick to be a CLO. I think we need to look at it in that score. And as far as the delays, it is very clear that when you read this report, that delays can be solely or mainly attributed to the contractors, as they are saying that my fellow councillors are saying that they've spotted the line which says that the slow progress is attributed to the inexperience of the contractors. But if you look at the number of projects that that contractor has completed, you can see that this contractor is experienced. There were 21 projects that were allocated to that particular contractors, and 9 were duly completed, and other were withdrawn due to various reasons. But to say that the delay of this project is attributed to the contractor is not true. There are various other delays along the way, from procurement side to the other technical issues of the approval of way leave. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Councillor Khatle.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. Just the previous council, we had a report of capital projects that were on a delay stage for various reasons within the city. You know, the partiality that is happening within the city is starting to get to all of us. It's starting to get to, when there are issues somewhere, they're supposed to come to MPEC. But there are issues everywhere. And we understand that the challenges we are facing as a city, financial challenges, contractor not be paid, they were recently listed in those delays, different delays. Sometimes we have to discuss a minor thing, while we could be saying, give us a report on the whole BRT system, how it's happening, if there are irregularities. That's what MPEC questions they ask. We went to Vonderboom, want to deal with Vonderboom. That's what, but to deal with issues, I'm having issues in Mawika of sewer. I haven't brought them to MPEC. You get my point, Che? Because there are issues of sewer in Mawika, operational issues that can be dealt with in different levels, inquiring and trying to find out, and asking our representatives in different portfolio to say, can you deal with this issue, having this challenge under infrastructure and other things. But now, the manner we are going is that I'm a fast learner. Set the precedents for myself, I abuse it. Set the precedents for me, and I'll abuse it. I'll bring 20 of them next MPEC to say, let's discuss this thing and this one and this one. There's an employee who took money from me. I'll bring them one by one here. PT issues. We'll spend the whole day dealing with PT issues. But I think let's focus on the overall departmental performance, and this thing will be part of the report. This thing, I think, is a sub-part of a bigger report that we should be dealing with in MPEC and dealing with the overall performance of BRT systems and how we can improve that. Thanks a lot.
And thank you for that input, Councillor Khatle. I will now allow Councillor Dube and then lastly Councillor Farquharson. Yes. Okay, you can come first, make your information, and then we'll have Councillor Mari.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to draw my colleagues' attention to the Municipal Structures Act, 79A. And it says that MFMA must attend to and make recommendations to the Municipal Council on any matter referred to it by the Municipal Council, Executive Committee, a committee of the Council, a member of this committee, a councillor, and the municipal manager. When we had our first discussions, it was one of the issues I raised that we might get lots of small items coming through. So we need to work on a system of where anything is raised by any councillor. MPAC must look at it. So it's something we're going to have to work on our own processes. What I did recommend at the time was you request a report, it comes here, we discuss it and make recommendations. But our scope is basically unlimited according to the legislation. That's my point of information, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I think also maybe because Council recently approved the appointment of a Chair of Chairs, so the issues that Councillor Bushelo is raising, we can have it just for alignment purposes. We can have the other departments brought on board, but with the leadership of our Chair of Chairs. Councillor Marishan? Councillor Jube, no, it was Councillor Jube and then Councillor Marishan. Sorry, Councillor Jube.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask the department, TCT Civil and Construction also had a tender in Ekurhuleni in 2019. It was publicly in the papers of shoddy work being done of 102 million rand tender that was given to them. And then I just want to emphasize that if you go and take a look on TCT Civil and Construction, one of the members, Selase Thomas Nzwane, has two other companies. One of them are Nshadi Consortium that was also involved in a forensic report into the City Hall. So how can we as a city give tenders out and not flag companies that are not doing their work? I'm sorry. It's my job. It's what we do.
Colleagues, sorry. I've noted your order. Unfortunately, I don't have that device where I can turn someone's mic off. Okay, I will do that for future. Yes, and Councillor Marie, there's a point of order. Councillor Maleka, let's hear your point of order.
Yeah, Chair. I warned you before when we started. We then have defenders of certain interests here and pursuit of those that they do not like. If Councillor David wants us to go that route, there's going to be disorder in this committee, and we're going to fail in making sure that we do our work. Because we're going to just bring everything here. If we're not happy in Council, MPEG is going to bring a report that we're not happy about the appointment of the Deputy Mayor. There's wastage in our appointment. Therefore, that report must be entertained here. Then we can't do that. We are too mature to be dealing with these things. Therefore, now TCT is targeted in Ekurhuleni and we're bringing the matter here. Take them to court. Go and politicize it. Then bring it to MPEG. Otherwise, if you want to be this petty, we will do the same. We've got energy for days to be this petty. Now we've been told about the matter that is in the newspapers. What does that have to do with MPEG? What must we do with issues that are in the papers? Because of many companies are in the papers all the time, but they are appointed by this city. In our financial statements, there's Great Africa that implicated all these people that were leading this coalition. There's no cent that we've recovered from those from Great Africa. Then what must we do? Must we fold arms? That we are going to bring them. If you bring, it will be tit for tat.
You bring matters, we bring matters. Then let's go that route and see how we'll be successful. Thank you.
I think, colleagues, let's continue in the manner that we were continuing. There was a lot of decorum in MPEC, so I'm going to sustain the order. We want to make sure that we're effective, we exercise oversight, so let's not threaten each other or threaten to bring this committee into disrepute. I'm going to ask Councillor, I've noted your hand, Councillor Hadley. I'm going to ask Councillor Dube to ask a question. Let's not bring people's names into this, but let us focus on what is in the report, and you ask your question. I'll then give the official to respond, because I think we took a lot of questions. After Councillor Dube has spoken, we will get Mr. Peko to respond to the questions that were posed, and then we will then get grant the other two hands of Marishani and Councillor Khatle. Councillor Yube.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, to wrap it up, why do we not do a due diligence on companies, and why do we let companies get away with not doing the jobs? Why is there no transparency? And why is there no compliance with regards to going and seeing that the work, oversight, that the work is being done? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jube. I'm going to now allow Mr. Peko from Roads and Transport to respond to those questions. Then we'll come on a follow-up with the other two councillors.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll respond to the questions, but I think in the main there were many comments than questions. I'll attend to the issue that was raised in relation to the delays, which was a question also linking to the issue of performance. I just need to reflect that in terms of this particular appointment, and also the kick-off time of this particular contract, it was also delayed in terms of due to a number of factors. One being, given the value of the contract, the department was required to get an approval from the Department of Labor. There's a special permit that is required, and that basically took longer than anticipated. And also the issue around the wayleave administration, even though as the department we are the custodian of the wayleave system, there were certain aspects that needed to be dealt with in relation to the norms and standards, which was submitted to the wayleave administration system, which basically needed to be handled by the design consultant and the contractor. And those particular aspects actually led to a situation where the contract was actually only handed over in May 2023. So that particular process, especially in relation to the Department of Labor, is a process that is actually outside the purview of the department, and we need to get that particular permit from the Department of Labor. I think the other issues that talks to the issue of delays, talks to the issue that relate to the issues in terms of the constitution of the composition of the steercom, and also the appointment of the CLO, which basically also basically hampered the smooth running of the project, which all those issues have now been handled. But there are also issues relating to the inclement weather and the fact that certain aspects of the work, the design had to be reviewed. I will also talk to the issue around issues of land expropriations, and also the issues that was raised in relation to the building lines and the like. Those are the issues that are project related, and are issues that are currently being handled by the project steering team, and also are handled by the department. Chair, I can also confirm that as similar to any other projects that we are running as a department, there's always those teething problems at the start of the project. And as a result, you have a situation where the program or the progress is actually running slightly behind schedule. But in terms of the work that we are doing, we always come up with mitigation plans, and there are revised programs that have been completed and approved by the design engineer. And I think also just to confirm that it's not actually the contractor that is responsible for the design drawings. We have a design engineer that has been appointed to ensure that all the drawings for the projects are actually completed and are in line with the requirement of the department. Hence, at this stage, the issues relating to the way leaves were handled, and in the main, we had agreed that given the issues that we had experienced, we then adopted a phased approach where basically we first dealt with the stormwater system, where the first way leaf was actually approved, and it followed by the other intersections where the way leaves were also granted, and the site were actually partially handed to the contract. In relation to the due diligence, the issue that was raised in the last question, in terms of why we didn't do a proper due diligence, I can confirm that in terms of the city supply chain management system, any contractor that gets to be appointed in the city, there is a process to check compliance, which is called the CSD. Any contractor that is either blacklisted or is not tax compliant will not be appointed in this particular city. I'm not competent to deal with this particular issue, but I can confirm that in terms of the process, TCT was not flagged for any other non-performance or any issue that will have stopped the city from appointing this particular contractor. Chair, maybe just to sum up is that the project is actually behind schedule, but as I've indicated, we have a revised program to ensure that such issues are dealt with. I'm not sure whether I've responded to all the questions, given that many were basically comments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Chairperson, that was my point of information, that we are now open to public. We should be responsible of what we say and how we say it. We should avoid the grandstanding, because one day there will be litigations against things that we say, against companies and reputation of other people. I think as MPEC members, let's be fully responsible. Thanks a lot.
Marishan, okay, thank you for that, Councillor Khatle. We will now take hands for recommendations. Is it Councillor Councillor Mula is for recommendations. And Mabusela.
Thank you, Chair. For main agenda item 4, BRT line 2B, February 2024, that the city manager instruct legal property management and city planning to cooperate to finalize the expropriation process on the BRT line 2B, that City of Tshwane AMPU monitors projects more closely for quality purposes, that the way leave application process be monitored to ensure projects are not delayed, and that delays by contractors be monitored to ensure City of Tshwane does not lose grant money for projects due to delays by the contractors. Recommended by myself, Councillor Siobhan Miller, seconded by Councillor Marie Joubert. Thank you, Chair.
Agreed.
That's the only progressive thing that you said, Councillor Mula.
Colleagues, please, Councillor Khatle, you just gave us good advice that we must be on our best behavior because the public is watching, but you are part of those people now. Please, let's maintain decorum. Recommendation that the city manager instruct legal, group property management and city planning to cooperate to finalize the expropriation bill on BRT line 2B, that the City of Tshwane PMU monitors projects more closely for quality purposes, that the way leave application processes to be monitored and ensure projects are not delayed, that delays by contractors be monitored to ensure the City of Tshwane does not lose grant money for projects due to delays by contractors. This is proposed by Councillor Mula, seconded by Councillor Marie Joubert. As recommended? Okay, colleagues, now we move on to item 5. This is a Water and Sanitation Department plan on how water to indigent household is to be metered. This report is on page 52 to page 60. The recommendations are on page 60. Okay, so I'll take questions, just one round of questions. If there are no questions, Councillor Mabusela and Councillor Dikeledi. I'll allow Dikeledi to go first since Councillor Mabusela has been hogging the spot. We'll start with Dikeledi and then we'll go to Councillor Mabusela.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, just for noting, it's Councillor Salowa and not Councillor Dikeledi. Firstly, Chair, the title of this report is the plan how to decrease unmetered water in households. But the body of the report and what the title of the report actually states does not really speak to each other. The one thing is obviously the department has highlighted the fact that they had put in water management devices and that these devices did not yield any results and the pilot was not successful. We are as well to see that, yes, they have given us other solutions and as well a breakdown of what it would cost to actually have these devices in these households and why there was other factors into why there were so many there might be leaks due to water losses. But I think the approach is completely wrong, which the department can obviously correct, is that I feel that they are throwing out the baby with the bathwater. And this is on the basis purely of the fact that you cannot say that something will cost X amount, but you cannot, and you're losing X amount of water because of either leaks or because indigent households are exceeding their consumption, whereas you could have a phased approach other than just restricting it completely to the budget. And so in terms of the plan, we still don't have a plan in this body of this report to say what is the plan to actually reduce the excess amount of water that is actually being used in indigent households in this regard. So I think if they can come back with a plan to show us that, okay, this is the plan, yes, the city might not have the money, but what is a more cost-effective way of ensuring that between the 45,000 plus indigent households that can actually, at the end of the day, use water, but not exceed the consumption that the city is giving them for free. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sulua. My apologies. Councillor Mabusela?
No, Chairperson, I'm covered, dear.
Okay, thank you. I'll allow the Department of Water and Sanitation to respond to the question.
Chair, thank you very much and good morning. Chair, the comments and the questions are well received. I think they are fair, actually. At the time, and the point was made that we've made the analysis and we've shared what are the consumption patterns through the various indigent households and all of that. But yeah, what we delayed to put the plan, we wanted to engage with the CFO first, because we do understand, I think we all know the financial situation of the city. So the idea was, as we head either to the adjustment budget or as we start with the planning for the next financial year, before this process happens, we engage with the CFO and the finance team and see what are the possibilities. With the numbers that we have, Chair, it will be easy for us to just break it down, and with the resources that we have to say what are the possibilities. So, Chair, that was the main reason. Two, we delayed a bit because what we think should happen, and I think it's explicitly indicated in the report, is that we think we should go for the water management devices, of which the tender is still at procurement. So we were also not in with the tender not being concluded, we thought maybe as we engage with the CFO, it will also allow us for the tender to be concluded. Then you are talking about the current rates for the contractors that are appointed, then you can come with a proper, well-informed plan as to how do we go forward. I do agree with Councillor Silowa that with the numbers that we've shared, it will not be, it will make sense to face the rollout plan, Chair. So that is something that we are working on with the CFO. In fact, we've got a scheduled meeting with the CFO for next week to, amongst others, engage on this matter. Chair, thank you very much. So it might mean that we just come back with an updated report after the procurement process is concluded, and after we've had an engagement with the CFO to just share with MPEC as to how are we going to roll the whole process forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's one more question from Alderman Maluleka. Over to you.
No, Chair, I'm covered with what the group head has said. But when I was reading the report, group head, I thought you were choosing the middle line instead of committing. What is it actually that we need to do? Because on one point in the discussion, you are arguing that prepaid meters are not working for us. But you're also complaining about the loss. We can't choose the middle lane. What is it actually that we need to do? Because the committee wants to hear what would then be the indelible solution to this. Because we can't be in the middle of nowhere, but there's a recurrence of losses and other things. Then let's then choose the way. What is it actually that we want to do? If there are no finances, you chose that it should be done. This is what should be done. And the issue might be, the delay might be, there's no money. But you've chosen a side. Then let's get to that point there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and thank you. I will take hands for recommendations if there are any. Are there hands up? No. Okay, there are no hands. So as recommended. Okay, now we move on to report number 6. This is plan on how water theft is going to be prevented in all areas. This report is on page 61 to page 66. The recommendations are on page 66. Councillor Silowa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, looking at what is written in the report is obviously we do note the fact that the City of Tshwane is losing about 36.1% in terms of non-revenue water, which amounts to about 1.4 billion per annum. So we really do need to look at digitized systems. The one thing that was a bit alarming is that there were about 27 hydrants that still needed to be metered within the city that haven't been metered due to the cost. I think 27, considering the amount of water that is being lost in that regard, shouldn't be so much of a train smash. And whether that 27, how much are we losing based on those 27 hydrants, and whether it's going to car washes or informal settlements. There was also an issue that needed to be highlighted, is that for people who have bypassed the electricity meters, as a city, we are actually charging a high amount of penalties in that regard, and these penalties do not speak to the same when it does come to water. So if that could also be something between finance and the department, they could look into that. We actually bring the scale up in terms of the penalties that we do charge for households or businesses as well when it does come to the theft of water. There is an issue as well that was raised about TMPD available for operations, whether that some of these operations cannot be conducted based on the unavailability of TMPD. But I think it's something that the department with the other departments should look into in terms of the operations of where the meters are and what needs to be done, because it cannot be that even if it's for observation and analysis and to see where we are losing the most amount of water in which areas, even without TMPD being there, but just to send out people who can go and inspect and see where our problem areas and our hotspots are within the city. So that is just something that we needed to look at. And I think in terms of adjusting the amount of money that needed to be spent in terms of these 27 hydrants and trying to align it to a realistic revenue performance, I think that we should then look at how much are we really losing, and whether these 27 that are mentioned are a major issue, and whether we can save revenue on them, as well as to those tapping into our reservoirs in this regard. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor Solowa, Councillor Farquharson, and then Alderman Maluleka.
Thank you, Chair. Very, very simple question. Please, can we get the contact details of the water audit officer so we can report water theft from fire hydrants? It will help us a lot. Thank you, Chair.
And no, okay, maybe it will work. Let's.
Sorry, ma. Oh yeah. It's Marishan. Marishan came late and he deals with our mics. Yeah. Chair, I think more than any other thing that we want to bring as an intervention, we need elected political leaders to also assume their responsibility of reaching out to communities. I'll make two classical examples. In Mamelodi, for over 2 years, councillors there complained about land invasion. There was 3 shacks, they extended 20 shacks. Our councillors always complained about that invasion that was back in 2014-15. Those people that were there were relocated. Then somebody came in and did what we call shack farming and started to sell stands there.
But our politicians are not on the ground to engage communities that as much as you think you have a right to water, we are responding as a city by providing rudimentary services. We are giving you water, we are installing JoJo tanks, and we are getting water because we are in an informal settlement. But for you to then tamper with our infrastructure, it's an attack on us as an institution that is responsible to provide you water. And I think if you do that, you are proactive instead of trying to react to a calamity now that the people of Ward 40, Ward 17, and other adjacent wards are not getting water at all. And these are paying communities. Traditionally, you would know that if you go to the Far East, there are people that would want to pay for the services, but they're not getting water at all. They must wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to just get water because there's no water there. People have tampered with our reservoir. You go to Mabopane, it is the same situation. People of Itso saying, if you go to Murulasan, they have tampered with our reservoir there. Then these are known things. Therefore, politicians must go there and say, we are providing you services. For you to get luxury and want to tamper here, it's criminal and we are going to take action against you. Call public meetings, be in the media, explain that we are giving these people services. But they are now attacking infrastructure that must be rolled out to everybody. Then the reason that we are not getting revenue is because of people are tired. They don't get water at all. And if you don't get water, you get water only at night. The simple thing that you can do is to move away from paying the city until they sort out their issue. We can try to employ all the proposals that are in the report. But we also need to be proactive in reaching out to communities and engaging them on one message that needs to be delivered. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Councillor Marishan.
No, thanks, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Councillor Maluleka covered me partially, but just to drive the point home, I agree with him. Only the part on politicians doing their bit. We are trying our level best. I know he's a former ward councillor, now he's a PR councillor, so that is why he will live on that point. I agree with him. Now, he's adding into the fray to say MMCs, and I agree with you on that aspect. Group head not one, you are fighting a losing battle. Your scope of area, you are limited to water and sanitation issues. The issues that you have to resolve this problem, you need support from your sister departments. The biggest culprit, city manager, it's Metropolis. I'm quite sure that in Mamelodi, if we were to be effective on bylaw enforcement, we can reduce this amount of percentage with a huge amount. If we were to have 1 or 2 vehicles doing bylaw enforcement on Tsamaya Road, only in Mamelodi, on a daily basis, seriously doing bylaw enforcement, we will win this battle. I'm a ward councillor in Mamelodi. My chief whip, it's 5 wards. Ward 15, 16, 17, 40 and 93. We don't have water. Currently, people are drawing water from water tankers because of 500 land invaders in phase 1 towards the R3 and R4 reservoirs. What is the city doing or trying to do to resolve that problem is not going to assist. Hence, I'm saying group head not one is only limited to water and sanitation. To resolve that problem, which will give us huge results in as far as this issue that we're dealing with. If you give me powers and responsibilities to deal with that matter, I will remove those 500 shacks from that top of a mountain next to the reservoir. You would have resolved the problem. Demolish those shacks, give those people 48 hours to collect their material. Do not allow them to ask you where you are taking them, because their intention to invade that land there is to jump the queue for housing. The least you can do is to provide them transport, so that if one of them tells you that I'm from Mohlala Utwane, you take them there. Don't allow them to ask us where we are taking them. Ask them where they come from. Then we take them back there. You fence that area. I am embarrassed. The mayor was there on Monday. The reservoir is still a bush. It's not been taken care of. I was hoping that yesterday when I arrived with officials from Bulk, the grass will be cut. The mayor came there on a clandestine visit. He didn't want anybody to know. But today, as we speak, what prevented him to go and see the reality in the reservoir, which is the huge grass, because the officials said it was not safe for him, his protectors, is not even dealt with today as we speak. Group head not one, compare reservoir R3 and R4 and the one in Vapadrand. The one in Vapadrand, Chair, if I want to take my Makwapeni out on a picnic, I can go to Vapadrand Reservoir. It's nicely cut, there's trees there and so on, it's well maintained. In fact, I'm going to assist you, Group Head Notwani, because I requested help from community services to cut the grass for us there. They say they can help. We're going to make means that we assist you, because we know the challenges of your department. And we've got a challenge because officials have to go there every day at night around 8 to close the water, and at 5 a.m. in the morning to open so that the reservoir can recover. Because of 500 checks at the expense of plus minus 40,000 households that are supposed to be supplied water by that reservoir. The team from Water and Sanitation ended up coming up with a plan of connecting an illegal official pipe for them. That's what I call it. I disagree with that illegal official pipe. It must be removed with immediate effect. People of Ikageng, Extension 4, Extension 5, Extension 6, Phase 3, Phase 4, Phase 5, Extension 20, cannot suffer at the expense of 500 checks that are illegally invading the piece of land. The city is also suffering. And Ndadema Tibela in Mamelodi Gardens calls me and says, my councillor, tell me, why am I supposed to go to the office and pay for services that I am not receiving from the city? And he's a former principal, by the way. He can afford to pay for services. What do I say to Ndadema Tibela? What do I say to him? He's an honest resident who wants to pay for services. But when he opens his tap for the past 4 years, there's literally no water. He's supposed to stand in the queue receiving water from a water tank at the expense from someone from Mohlala Utwane who just came, bought a shack and erected it on a mountain where even a double-story house would not be approved. So our actions must be meaningful. We are failed by other departments in as far as this is concerned. A person digs a water pipe to make an illegal connection. Metro Police passes that person in a day 6 times without doing anything. Foreign nationals, they erect shops, illegal structures on Zamaya. Metro Police is always on Zamaya. You find them stopping, even buying food on the other side. But there's illegal foreigners that are erecting an illegal structure here. The next thing, they will be tapping onto services. Metro Police vehicle buys food every day opposite that illegal structure, and nothing happens. What is the Department of Water and Sanitation going to do? Because the only time when they will realize is when water is being wasted, or when they realize that no, we are losing so much on water. Then they start checking and they find out that people have illegally connected. So let's bring all the stakeholders together and deal with these issues. But we are pleading in Region 6, let's have continuous policing by Metro Police to curb on the issues of illegal connections on service, in particular water, and also on sanitation now. People are now even targeting public facilities like schools. They are now starting to steal water from schools. I can give you an example. Go to Hinterland Avenue, next to Mohale Primary School, in Ward 16. People are erecting structures there. They are stealing water. They are also connecting illegally onto the sanitation network. Some are even collecting their ablution facilities onto a stormwater network. The whole place is stinking. But there's Metro Police vehicles that go up and down in that street on a daily basis, and nothing has been done. So if we want to address these issues, let it be a stakeholder approach. And all the departments, they must do their part. As what councillors, we are trying our level best. We are speaking to communities on a day. That's why there's no an uproar currently as we speak in Mamelodi. But we are sitting on the edge. We are sitting on the edge, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Marishani, for your comment. Maybe I would just request going forward, I don't want to put time limits on people. It's just, I understand that you're very passionate about this, but also we just need to have that cognizance of time. So I'm going to now allow the group head for water and sanitation to respond to those questions that the colleagues posed. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, this is a very difficult matter, I must say, and I agree with the comments that have been made by Alderman Maluleka, also the comments that were made by Councillor Marishani. Chair, it's very difficult. I don't know how many times we've been to Mamelodi to remove the illegal connections. They are reconnected the next day, and it's so professional. You can see it's a syndicate. And the point that Councillor Marishani makes with regard to those 500 checks, you can see it's a well-run syndicate. Chair, and he makes mention of a land invasion issue, and that is the approach that the city is taking. Chair, I so wish the laws of this country allowed us to go and remove the people, as alluded by Councillor Maluleka, but yeah, it's not what we have. So legal is on the matter. We've approached the Court of Laws, and they will ask for this and that and that. So that is what the city is doing, to follow the court processes. And what happens, they say, it doesn't end there. You can't just remove these people. Find alternative accommodation for them, and so it becomes an even bigger conversation. So there is a sort of a task team, Chair. The last meeting was held, I think, earlier in December. We also had a meeting in Jan, where it's water and sanitation is there, a human settlement, legal is there, Metro Police is also there. We've got the Navas asset protection unit. So there is a system that we've put together through the stewardship of the city manager, Chair, to just fight against not only Mamelodi as raised by the councillors, but also Soshanguve as well. SEPS also is in the picture, and they come for crowd control and so forth when we go. So there is a system in place, just there were just those limitations in the first half of the financial year, Chair, but we'll be moving forward to just intensify our efforts. Chair, maybe to just also mention that when we had meetings, so we have meetings with the minister, and what we hear at City of Joburg, it was a little bit, maybe comforting is not the correct word, but one felt that when we found out that actually City of Joburg especially has, I think, a little bit more than what we have. So all the metros are in the same situation. We've escalated this matter to the minister, and also Rand Water also is in the same position also. So this matter is above us,
And as I said, we've escalated beyond to the province through IGR systems and also to national. I don't know if my colleague Tumisani wants to come through. Or, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, Councillors. Maybe just one or two other points to deal with the other questions, Chair. And I think maybe just to end off on the previous point, what the Minister had raised as well, and it's the realization that we're dealing with a human settlement problem that is affecting the water infrastructure. And to look at it solely from a water infrastructure perspective might not yield the results that are required, Chair, but we are not folding our arms, we're doing everything that we can. Chair, there was a question about the hydrants that needed to be metered. Yes, Chair, there is a tender, new appointment for the size of water meters that would be required to meter those hydrants. That's recently been appointed. We're just concluding the contractual applications and so forth, and we'll be able to move ahead with that. Chair, we also need, as part of that, to lock all the other hydrants. There is a tender that is currently at evaluation to be able to, for us to be able to do that, so that we minimize all these car washes and so forth that access the hydrants, and our fire department will obviously have access to be able to operate those locks and be able to access those hydrants as and when there is a fire and they need to use them. So that was taken into consideration, Chair. And Chair, I think what we'll do through your committee, we'll submit as well the details, contact details for where the illegal connections can be reported. We'll greatly appreciate all that information so that we can deal with those. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any recommendations? No. Okay, as recommended? Yes. Okay, now we will go to report number 7. This is from Community and Social Development Services Department, list of deregistered pending and rejected applicants. This report is on pages 67 to page 74. The recommendations are on page 74. Councillor Solowa, then Alderman Maluleke. Okay, and Councillor Marishan.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, looking at the report, the one thing that I do need to highlight is that the report indicates that there are no pending applications when it does come to the indigent register. But there are so many people who are actually declined in this regard. So how is it that with such a great need within our city, we don't have any pending applications that might need to be looked into, so that if we can, the department give us just clarity on that one. As well, we would also want to see a percentage comparison, whether in a graph or a pie chart in this regard, just to show us how many applicants were actually, the percentage of the Tshwane populace was actually declined, how many people did apply, how many people how many households are pending. The reasons for why people were deregistered are valid, so we can accept that in this regard, but as well as to go and look at the department and say how many drives are they doing to inform people how to become an indigent. We know that especially after COVID, there are many households that are struggling, but in terms of our indigent register, are there not any new people who actually want to be registered as an indigent, and are we allowing communities to actually know that there is an indigent register instead of finding households that are just raking up their municipal accounts because they can't pay and they don't know where else to go and they don't even know where to get assistance in this regard. So I don't think it's something they should leave just to the ward councillors or the PR councillors in this regard, but for the department as well to just ensure that they are reaching communities out there that do need assistance as well. So I think that will be all from my side. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. This report on the list of deregistered and pending rejected applications. I think what we are doing here, we are more reactive than being proactive. Then if you look at the discussions in the report, we are more scared about what AG has raised with regard to our policy and how we then deal with compliance on the report. Therefore, immediately when there's a panic, we remove everybody, even those that are qualifying. Therefore, we are insisting that they must come back and register. But instead, we were supposed to be on the 20th month because the policy says we should wait for 24 months or we should register people for 24 months. On the 20th month, we were supposed to do reach outs. Look for people that are interested in being registered. Start to work on it. When you get to the 24th month, you have everybody that then qualifies or that their status have changed and are no longer qualifying. You then deal with that and remove them and re-register people. But I'll tell you what is the implication. The implication is it's an impact on the two reports that we dealt with on the losses of water and electricity, because suddenly these people are not registered, but they are continuing to consume our services. Then at a later stage, we realize that they've consumed, but they're not registered. Then we rush. There are queues, long queues in our customer care centers, and our councillors are having complaints of people that need to be re-registered. Then I propose that we should then have a better mechanism of dealing with compliance without punishing people. Because when you rush, you then punish people in terms of what you're doing. Then let's find a clinical way of dealing with compliance and following regulations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Marishani, and then Councillor Mabusela, and then we allow the department to respond.
No, Chair. You see, the attitude of Republic of Cape Town Solutions are not going to assist us here in City of Tshwane. The attitude of Republic of Cape Town are not going to be helpful. The DA and its coalition partners takes over in City of Tshwane, deregister all indigent customers without an engagement. Then our customer care centers are flooded. I repeat, the Republic of Cape Town attitude is not going to assist us.
Thanks, Chair. We're not discussing the DA here, and I don't think the DA went to tell anybody to be deregistered from the indigent program. So I think that if Councillor Marishan could just refrain from making this a political issue and rather focus on the reasons why people were deregistered and what needs to be done correctly. Thank you.
I'm going to sustain that order and request Councillor Marishani that we please ask the question related to the report and not point, let's not politicize this thing. This is a serious concern. It is one of those things that were flagged by the Auditor General. So let's not use MPEG and have this political choose and froze. Let's just ask the genuine questions and then get the group head to respond. So I'm giving you an opportunity to ask your question, Councillor Marishan.
Chair, the attitude of the independent state of Cape Town is not going to provide solutions for us here in the city of Tshwane. The leadership of the city that took over in 2016 decides that everybody must be deregistered from the indigent register without an engagement. Now, Chair, we're sitting in this situation.
Councillor Mula, let's hear your order.
Chair, the rules and orders are clear on a repetition in what is being said. This is a repeat of the same speech. Please, can we move forward? Thank you.
Colleagues, please, colleagues, please, let's not allow our meeting to deteriorate. We are making lots of progress. I'm going to plead with you, Councillor Marishan. Ask the question. Let's leave. There's going to be plenty of time on the streets to do the campaigning, but this is something genuine about people that need to be on the register. Be robust. Ask your question, but let's leave the politicking outside. Okay, thanks.
Chair, can you please confirm if I'm barred from speaking?
Tejup, let's not do this, Councillor Marishan. You are given a platform. Councillor Alderman Maluleke, let's not do this. Councillor Khatle told us that this is something that is broadcast to the public. Let us not deteriorate. I have sustained the order. I've asked and I've granted you. I've said that you are granted. No one has barred you from speaking, Councillor Marishan. You are on the platform. Your mic is on. You can talk. I've given you that. I've said, let us not politic. Ask your question to the department, but no one has barred you from speaking. Ask your question. There's no need for politicking. Just ask the question that is pertaining to this report that is tabled before us.
But Chair, you're wrong.
No, you are wrong, Chairperson. There is no politic in there. Councillor Marishane was prefacing the questions. Let's allow Councillor Marishane to give us a context of the questions that he's going to ask. Please.
Okay, Councillor Marishani, please ask your question. I think you have laid we've given us the lay of the land. Let's ask your question. Thank you.
Chair, you have interjected, you and the councillors who are calling order while I was speaking. Don't drive me to where you want me to be. I will arrive there nicely. Or else tell me if you don't want me to speak in this meeting. I will keep quiet. I'm a very democratic person. Tell me if I'm not allowed to speak in this meeting. I will gladly keep quiet. I repeat, the attitude of this city informed by the independent state of Cape Town is not going to take us anywhere. You deregister people without proper engagements. Then you... Because
okay, you know what, colleagues? I'm going to I'm going to present a little, or maybe ask that we have a break, adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes, that we can have a caucus as MPEC. We will return in 5 minutes. So this, I think at 12:11 we'll come back. Let's just have a quick MPEC caucus in the classroom. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone. And we are back from our caucus. I'll give you the feedback that we found each other and we are ready to proceed. So I hope the group had noted the questions that were raised and that they can begin giving the responses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, and good day to councillors, CM, COO, and colleagues. My name is Thabo Mukebe. I'm the Acting Group Head for Community and Social Development Services. And I think I would go to the first question by Alderman Maluleka in terms of the deregistration. I think, Alderman, because our indigent program is guided by the approved indigent policy, which basically prescribes that beneficiaries would only benefit out of the program for a period of 24 months. What we normally do is that upon registration, social workers will always actually advise applicants that they must actually come and be reevaluated prior, at least 4 months before the expiry or a period. And then even the system does send SMSs to beneficiaries to remind them to come so that they can be re-evaluated if their indigent status has not actually changed. So it is basically us implementing a policy of the city, and I think we've built in those mechanisms. And at some point, we were actually having those road shows to basically even go to people. However, that process, because normally we would even do it over weekends, we had to suspend it a bit as a result of the cost containment, because we were experiencing a lot of huge overtime implications in relation to that. So even now, social workers, they do try to do it during the course of the week, but it was much more effective when we were doing even after hours, because some of the people have got piece jobs and all those things. So it is that situation, and I think those are some of the measures that we had built in to try and encourage applicants or beneficiaries to reapply as and when the 24 months period expires. And then I think Councillor Siloa was raised the issue around the pending applications. On this one, Councillor, that's why you will see in the report it refers to 0. And the process in which we embark on is that we don't necessarily keep any pending applications. It's either an application meets the requirement or not, because historically what will used to happen is that applicants would come in with incomplete information, and then when it's captured and they have to come and submit the outstanding information, it would actually be a struggle, and at times there would be that notion that people have applied and their applications have not been processed. So to alleviate that challenge, what we do is that if the application doesn't meet the requirements, we request the applicants to go and get all the documentation so that when the application is submitted, it's then processed and either approved or rejected based on the available and complete information that is submitted. So you'll see that's why there is no pending. There is basically applications that have been approved or those that have not, that have been rejected. And I think I've touched on a bit around the road shows, that we did have those road shows, but due to financial implications relating to those road shows, we had to suspend them. And I think we are also trying to relook at ways in which we can do them. And I know that with the MMC, we were engaging in terms of alternative ways of actually still achieving that particular objective, but also managing the cost implications relating to that. And I think Councillor Marishane, I did not get up until there, but I think the issue was also around deregistration, and I think I've already covered it on the response to Alderman Maluleka. I think I will pause there, Chairperson. Those are the questions that we had captured to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, are there any follow-up questions or recommendations? Councillor Mabusela and Councillor Marishani. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Chairperson. Just a quick follow-up in terms of the deregistration. In between 24 months before you can arrive to 24 months deregistration, I wanted to understand, is there a monitoring tool in place, like maybe regular audits, to audit, to ensure that those people that are in this list they are check and balances. For instance, the indigent beneficiaries is according to me is just a condition and is not permanent. I learned the process before 24 months. We found that my financial circumstances improve to that result where I can be able to afford. So I wanted to understand, is there a monitoring tool in between these 24 months? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Group head, over to you. Sorry, Councillor Marishani. Before the group head, let's allow Councillor Marishani to come in.
Yeah, you see, Chair, the group head, and you'll even see the expression on his face when he speaks. He's a Mamelodian, by the way. When he was playing for under 19 Sundowns Juniors, I was playing for under 17. Yeah. And the issues of this city, they are getting him to age quickly. And I'm worried. The reason why I'm saying this is that I'll always refer to the attitude. I will avoid my other connotations because they are irritating other people. But I've got a good one now. We're talking about pending. If I were to take you now to Mamelodi, there's applications, piles and piles of applications in the office responsible for indigent applications. So when we are talking about pending, what are you talking about? Because there are applications there. How many applications that are there? So what is this pending? Deregistration, can you kindly tell us on your first deregistration? Sometimes in 2017, if I remember, my memory serves me well. How many people were in the indigent register? How many did you deregister? And why there was no consultation when that happened? Chair, I just want to have that understanding. Currently where we are sitting, how many applications are we sitting on? And are those applications, if they are on a hard copy in an office lying somewhere, do they fall within the pending? Do they fall within the ambit of the pending applications? Or are you only referring to those that you have captured on the system and people still have to submit X, Y, and Z and so on and so forth? The reason why Chair was sitting on a serious challenge in terms of revenue collection is because of the attitude of this city, informed by the issues that I was raising earlier on. Mam Gomezulu, who used to diligently and honestly pay the little bit that she was paying because she was on an indigent register, getting those services, is no longer going to the city's offices to pay. Because we have deregistered her without even prior notice. Somebody says we have sent, the group head He's my brother. I must tread carefully. I must choose my words when I'm talking to him directly. He's saying we've sent SMSs. Can I kindly request that maybe in our next meeting you furnish us with 1,000 printed out of SMSs, a report printed that you have sent to those indigent applications or the ones that you have deregistered as proof that you are sending SMSs to these people. I can tell you it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. But if I were to get proof, then I will have a different view. But I can tell you, I have never seen an SMS communicating about indigent removal or you have been approved and so on. So please make me feel comfortable by giving me a printout, just 1,000 SMSs. Then I'll be comfortable. Chair, this report is not going to be closed now, I hope. There's still a whole lot of things to deal with. Perhaps we'll get better responses in as far as the question that we have asked. Let me pause here for now.
Thank you. We'll allow the group head now to answer those two questions and then we move forward.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, councillors, for the inputs and questions. Councillor Mabusela, on the monitoring, because monitoring is part of the KPS in terms of our indigent program. And I think, Councillor, one of the challenges that we have in that regard, obviously capacity, is that we don't have, as a city, we don't have a validation system that basically on a continuous basis would actually monitor the economic or income status of beneficiaries. And that's why there's been engagements with quite a number of different state entities like SARS, so that we then have that capacity so that we can actually pick up those aspects before actually even the expiry period of 24 months. So those cases, we are currently dealing with them as and when they get picked up, but we don't necessarily have a system that basically randomly just picks these up and flags them. And that's why normally whenever the AG comes, because the AG, they are using the CAT system, they are in a position to basically pick that information from that system. Where, for instance, where there's somebody who's working in government, and there's also somebody who basically who's working in government, and they can see is earning a particular salary. So that is the process that we are basically just trying to get all other state entities to assist us with that process. And then I think Councillor Marishani, I think the issue around the SMSs, we can work around that together with finance to provide that information in terms of the evidence relating to SMS information that is sent to beneficiaries in this regard. But again, I think the issue around the registration, it's a policy issue, and as and when, even when we get AGSA, I think you would note in terms of the AGSA audits, the indigent program is one of the programs that is highly audited, and we basically normally get quite a number of findings in terms of the process. So the deregistration is not malicious, but it's basically in terms of us trying to comply with the policy. And like we said, we do with the limited capacity try and encourage people to reapply and get re-evaluated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any recommendations? Or as recommended? Okay, colleagues, now we will move on to report number 8. This report is from Roads and Transport Department, Financial Sustainability of Wonderboom National Airport. This report is between pages 75 to 115. The recommendations are on page 115. Okay, as recommended? Councillor Alderman Maluleke? Okay, that's the only hand. Thank you.
Where's the airport manager, Chair, if I may ask? Or Group Head Peku will take questions.
Is there? I think do you need the airport manager to table the report?
Oh, yeah. You see what we are receiving in this report and juxtapose it against what we received from the airport manager. And just to add the visit that we did, the local inspection, I found this report conflicting what we received from the airport manager, because I wanted to hear from him. What is his conviction? Is he here? Again, oh yes, yes. Oh, next morning, oh yes, yes. Yeah, oh he's there. I couldn't see the airport manager. Airport manager, you had conviction on the airport to salvage it in a particular manner, and the initiator of the report, which is the group head now here, he gives us a different picture. I hope that you've realigned your views with what the group head says, because your conviction was let's preserve this asset. You've got plans, ideas on how to resuscitate it and make it work. But also you are very sharp in raising what are deterrents and how we can avert them. And we listened to you. We heard what you said. Our assessment and observation was that there were security breaches, there were revenue challenges that we are facing. But then the group head says to us, no. With the conversation that we are having here, or things that we are hearing in the corridors about the outright sale of the asset, we can have something to make sure that we protect the asset and maybe agree to a lease or something. But I just wanted to hear if your views are aligned, so that all of us we are aware what is it actually that we want to do with this asset. It's a strategic asset. It's going to help us in ensuring that we stimulate our economy. There are many opportunities that we can do with regard to the automotive sector and the e-commerce business that we can embark on. But at the current point, there are challenges that have besetted that, and especially the leases. And there's a cabal that defends the problems that we're having there. But I want to tell you that we are supporting you, airport manager. We are supporting you. If there are problems there, rein in people that are causing problems. This council is going to defend you. But if there's a cabal that is pushing back, that you should not enforce some of the things that need to be done there, we can't put money there. We can't invest money in an asset that we're not getting anything out of it. Then I'm still interested in hearing from the airport manager how we should go forward in future of ensuring that we make this asset to work. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Marishani, and then we'll allow the department to respond.
Just one proposal. I don't know whether, but within the policy and the trans, I think it's possible. We're dealing here with a strategic asset of the city. And I'm worried, Councillor Maluleke is referring to what the group head is saying, different to that of the airport's manager, and vis-a-vis the visit that we had. And I'm saying, city manager, we're dealing with a strategic asset of the city. And I think it will be only fair. That man is very passionate in that space. And he blew our mind when we went there for a visit. It's just that, a visit, you walk from one place to the other and so on. I just want to make a proposal Because my fear is that the mayor keeps on bending about selling these strategic assets. And we are vehemently opposed to that, city manager, if indeed there is that process that the city has embarked on. Chair, I want to plead with the committee, and perhaps through you and my chief whip here, through the systems of council, we must find a way for the airport manager to make a presentation in a full sitting of council. We have done it before. Agri, ordinary community members, but the representation. Now, this one is an official of the city. I want us to lobby council, to lobby the speaker, to give this airport manager, very passionate, he understands that space, to come and give us a presentation on the opportunities that this city can offer to its residents in as far as that strategic asset is concerned. Before we can make that uninformed decision bandied about by the mayor. That is my humble proposal, Chair. I think we can still salvage a lot in as far as that asset is concerned. I will fight tooth and nail. We can produce a whole lot of airplane operators. We can produce a whole lot of opportunities for mechanics and so on and so forth. We can have business opportunities for the people of Tshwane in that asset. I still believe that there is a lot that can be done in that asset as the city. Now, I am requesting, Chair, that let us give that man an opportunity so that each and every councillor, not only us and only colleagues that are serving in roads and transport, Section 79 committee, every councillor can hear for him or herself, and then we can make an informed decision as council, not an individual called mayor. That is my humble submission, Chair.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Marishani. I'll now allow the department to respond to this particular report. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. Just to respond to the comments that were made by Councillor Maluleke and Councillor Marishani, just to confirm that in terms of report writing as a start, as the group head, I do not write report. The report are initiated from the divisions, and I'm here with the airport manager to confirm that the content of this particular report is actually informed by his expert knowledge in relation to this particular matter. And I can confirm that the issues that in terms of the C9 format, it might create an impression that I'm the author, but as the report goes through the system, it changes from the actual author, and when I approve the report, I basically take accountability and the content thereof. So this report is actually a report that was crafted by the airport manager, and the content and the recommendation thereof is the recommendation that I have endorsed. And he's here, he can also comment after I have commented. But I think I also need to reflect on the issues that was raised and the latest decisions that were taken in relation to the airport in terms of what the mayoral committee has approved, which is basically looking at the institutional model to support the city in terms of the transactional advisor, where basically in the report that was approved, the mayoral committee approved a decision that was taken already in January in 2010, which basically the city was looking at other options in terms of running the airport. I think that decision has not been taken, and what has been approved is a process flow to look at all available options in terms of how to ensure that the airport is run and is sustainable. I think the issue here is that even in this particular report, the issue that is critical is the fact that the current model of the city in terms of having airport trading as one of the service delivery component is something that needs to be looked at. And there is no definite answer at the moment, and the process flow basically will look at all available options, and those available options will then be presented to mayoral committee and council before a final decision can be taken. I think we are all aware, and we appreciate the fact that airport is a strategic asset of the city, and therefore an informed and due diligence need to be undertaken before a particular decision has been taken. And that is basically what has been approved by the mayoral committee. And the approval thereof doesn't address anything about the outright sale of the airport, but looking at the options available. And those options need to be basically investigated, and once a decision or recommendation has been made, it will then be subjected to the process that council have in terms of approval. I just wanted to highlight that, and maybe Madava can come in just to confirm the discussion and the content of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, councillors, CM, and colleagues. There is no diversion of thought or variance of thought when it comes to the messaging from Vonderbom Airport to where we are now today with the report which is in front of us that we are going to table, reflecting the sustainability of Vonderbom National Airport. There are two aspects that are critical to understand about Vonderbom Airport. The first aspect is just an operational aspect, the day-to-day activities, how the airport can be funded, given that it's currently carried by the municipal fiscus. How do we then make the airport autonomous financially so that it can pay its own bills, it can carry its own activities without relying on council appropriation year on year? That is the first part. The second part deals with, yes, we've got this asset. It has been with us for 88 years now. We have seen it from its infancy to where it is. But going forward, what are we going to do with this? We keep saying this is a strategic economic asset of the city. Have we done enough to enable it to grow and attract the air commerce that is going to stimulate the economy of the city, the commerce that is going to give back the social dividends and the financial returns to the city of Tshwane? That is the second component. So this report mainly deals with the first aspect of the issue, but it touches on the snippets of if the airport is going to be financially sustainable by all the activities that are being carried out now and cleaning the business of Vonderbom Airport now to make sure that that business it's liquid by itself. Then once you are done with that, then what? The city says, no, we've got Vision 2050, where we aspire Vonderbom Airport to play a role in the economy of the city. How do we get there? Then the question is, we need money to develop this airport. We need resources to develop the airport to be where we envisage the airport to be in 2050. Coupled with that question,
then comes another question that says, are we properly structured to run an airport of that magnitude within the service delivery model of the city? And the question is a big no. There's no airport in South Africa that we're going to run successfully as a commercial airport within the service delivery model of the city. Then it brings then the need for us to look at other modalities of how are we going to structure the airport in a way that is going to grow as envisaged. Hence, the consideration to say, can we give the airport the life of its own? And to give the life of its own, what will be the best mechanism, coupled with the need to inject capital at that airport so that it develops? You will realize that in the last 14 years, from 2010 up to now, Wonderbom Airport was in the same class as Lanseria Airport. But within these 14 years, Lanseria Airport have raised ahead of Wonderbom Airport just because there was capital injection that went into Lanseria Airport. There was a new structure that was adopted for Lanseria Airport, but Wonderbom Airport at the same time, it was stagnant. So in order for the city to go forward, there has to be a new governance structure for the airport. And because now the airport, the city, which was the shareholder of that airport, doesn't have the required capital to inject into the development of that airport, then to take it off, we need to go to rely on private equity to come and inject money at the airport. The question will be, how do we do it in a way that the airport will still remain the asset of the city, be it today, be it in the future? I think that is where we are at, and that is what the report also pronounced very loudly, that in order for us to grow beyond where we are without any limitations and to emulate what other airports are doing like Lanseria, we need to get a structure whereby it's going to attract equity to develop this airport to a point whereby it's going to achieve all the goals that we intended to achieve through Vision 2050. That is unavoidable. It's something that we have to do. And the development of the airport, as you realize that we are busy with the master plan, the development plan, and the precinct plan, it means that we're going to need capital to fund those projects or the precinct development plan of Wonderbom Airport, which might not necessarily come from the city because of its own financial challenges now and into the near foreseeable future. So the Wonderbom Airport of 2026 going to 2030 and beyond is supposed to be an airport that is going to start to give us a direction into starting to play a role that is supposed to play within the city as a strategic asset. That has been the message that we've been advocating all along, and it's what we are carrying into this meeting today, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Farquharson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just suggest a way forward? It sounds like a report has been delivered to Maker, and I think we should all take it up when it comes to council. So if it was passed in January, it should be coming through council meeting this month. So I suggest we approve the report as is and move on. Thank you, Chair. Okay,
thank you for that information. As recommended? Thank you. Yes, thank you, Councillor Maluleka. We will now move to, sorry, let me just find my space. We will now move on to report number 9. This is a report from the Office of the City Manager Department, a report on performance agreements signed by the municipal manager and Section 56 officials for 2023 to 2024 financial year. This report is on page 116 to page 120. The recommendations are on page 120. I will note hands. As recommended? Okay. So now, colleagues, as we agreed, what we are going to do now, we are going to go to the first supplementary agenda. And then from the first supplementary agenda, we will do that report and then move on to the secondary supplementary agenda, and then only then come back to item number 5. So can we all go to the first supplementary agenda? On the first supplementary agenda, we have one report. This report is from Community and Social Development Services Department. Status report on the completion of upgrading of Refugee Stadium. This report is page 14 to page 16. The recommendations are on page 16. Okay, let's start with Councillor Marishani, followed by Alderman Maluleke, then Councillor Solowa, and Councillor. What are there more there?
No,
okay, and then lastly Councillor Mabusela. In that order, Councillor Marishani.
No, Chair. On this one, mine is just a little one. I just want to propose that we do a site visit. That's all.
Alderman Maluleke.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Yeah, it would be interesting to get this report and the Caledonian together, club them together, so that we then put our eyes on the two projects, because we complained in this council around taking out security from projects and not giving attention. But I see the quickest way of resolving delays in a tender is to terminate contractors and with the intention to blacklist them. But I don't think it is the best way. I think the department explains that they gave support, they provided additional funding with variation orders to try and get this contractor to complete that project. But there are also issues that are not said in this report. That when you pay a contractor late, when you don't pay a contractor and they are faced with late payments and unpaid subcontractors, that on its own, when subcontractors are not paid, city manager, they go and close site. They don't even negotiate. Assumption is that we have appointed a contractor that is capable, that has liquid, that has strong liquidity, position to continue for 3 months and do work. But the challenges that are on the ground are many. There are forums that stop sites, that continue. These things are not said in the report. The only thing is about performance of the contractor that they didn't perform. And if you look at the years that are here, it was COVID period, it was 2019, 2020. There were delays agreed that we were extending the period to 2023. But that affects the contractor. Every contractor, they don't work only in Swati. They work here and they work in other areas. then if one side is closed, they get to be affected. And that there's a loss of money there, and they're not getting money. But the community there, you know, are up in arms in trying to get what is owed to them. If I'm saying we need to factor, I don't want to stand on this report against recommendations and everything that is stated here. But I'm saying let's look further. Let's look at other things that are affecting contractors, because contractors will run away from doing business with the city. That when they are able to carry the city, when we don't have funds, when there are problems of disruptions and other things, we are not able to support them. Now let's factor everything into what is at play before we rush into termination, because that should be the last resort, and they should be stated, those reasons. But Refilwe must be completed, Caledonian must be attended. These are things that have been here for many years. Moved from the last administration to this new administration. They should be finalized, and we support every effort to try and resolve them. There's wastage. If you look at Caledonian, which will come, just in one line, we are going to start from scratch there, Chair. But there's money invested, and we can't politicize these things. We just need to get that asset up and for our community to get it and use it. Thank you.
Councillor Solowa and then Councillor Mabusela.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, just looking into this report, I think there are a lot of alarm bells that we need to take into consideration. The one thing that obviously there is a session that was done by the department with the contractor in this regard, and I think Councillor Alderman Maluleka raised a very important point to say we need to also look into the issue of late payments. So if the department could then maybe come up with a follow-up report where it does look into the payment issue in this regard, but as well as to say, since they've gotten to a point of termination within the sessions, is to see how much the contractor has owed to subcontractors and the list of those subcontractors and how much is really owed to wrap up issues with the said contractor. As well, there's an issue that we need to highlight, and that is the fact that there's lack thereof, or there was just no project management in this regard. And this also comes to the role of EPMU in this regard. What was their role in this? And the project manager from the said department, because certain things could have been avoided to get to a point where we spent X amount of money. You either have a contractor that hasn't performed, whether the city is part and parcel to blame in that also becomes a big question in this regard, and the political landscape in Refilwe. As well, in the report, it speaks to EPWP labourers not being paid. So it's just an issue of, are these people still on EPWP, or did the contractor take them to work on the project, just to ensure that whether there was double salaries in this regard, or were they just being paid from the contract, from the project itself. There's also another issue in terms of the money that can be recovered from the contractor. There is obviously the issue around the retention, which the city does keep, and whether the other money, the performance guarantee, can be retrieved from the contractor in this regard. But I also think it's worth highlighting the fact that as much as Alderman Maluleka has raised the issue that we are running to go and blacklist companies, I don't think it's an issue of running to go and blacklist companies. There are companies in the city that are not performing, and in this regard as well, is to say that there are companies that are not performing and still get reappointed within the city, and we should then get a follow-up report, which would not be then coming from this department, but as well to say, in terms of supply chain as well, which companies have actually been red flagged, which companies have been blacklisted, and which companies are in the process of being blacklisted, because we cannot continue having such conditions continuing of perpetual behavior where contractors do not perform, or whether it is officials in the city that just don't perform in terms of managing those contracts, and whether these people are equipped to even manage contracts of such a magnitude that can benefit communities and is not benefiting communities, because at the end of the day, there keeps being delays, and the time lapsed, it's over 100% of the time lapsed, and we keep on giving extensions, which with the extensions also given, I mean, it would be great if the department could come back at a later stage and also also, maybe in our next meeting, provide us of what caused the delays so we can see that breakdown. But the reality of the matter is that there was no contract management from the department or EPMU that reports to the MACO on capital projects. Thanks, you, Chairperson.
Councillor Mabusela.
Thank you, Chairperson. A lot have been said in relation to this report, and I think we are in a state of disarray. There are many issues that my colleague have indicated, and there have been numerous engagement in a form of interventions from the Department of Community and Social Development in ensuring that this project complete its objective. All those engagement and intervention, Chairperson, have failed. That is why they went to a conclusion to say to terminate the project or the contract. But in terminating that particular project, it seems that we have lost money, Chairperson. And no one wanted to associate himself with these shenanigans. And chief among issues is the issue of Light Africa. It's noted in the report. Light Africa was appointed as a lead consultant, and it is in the report that Light Africa has failed to pay the subcontractors, the consultant. And I don't know what were actions been taken in ensuring that this Light Africa has been put in terms. If you read the report, Chairperson, you will realize that there are existing fundamental valid reasons as to why the municipality was supposed to ensure that they implement an issue of recovery. I think the report alluded that there is an amount of 10 million that the city need to recover. But what the report doesn't tell us is that whether that process was initiated or they are in the process of initiating that process. And this is what I want to hear from the department. Also, the issue of initiating the blacklisting. I know that Alderman Maluleka is against it, but there are fundamental reasons existing in ensuring that the city was supposed to initiate the process of blacklisting the company together with its shareholders and directors. This is uncalled for, Chairperson. No one can like to preside over this situation. And drastic decision and decisive action need to be taken. So, Chairperson, I wanted the department to respond. Their view, their understanding, whether they intended to pursue the recovery. In the report, it says an amount of 10 million should be recovered in terms of retention. So I wanted to understand the intention thereof, but also what is the response of the department in terms of going or initiating the process of listing this particular company. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. I'll now allow Group Head Mugele to respond to those questions and comments from our councillors.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, councillors. I think Councillor Marishani proposed a site visit, and I think the Sharon 2 joint reports. I think, Chairperson, we will follow your lead in that regard. But I think on the report, in relation to the delayed payments, I think that aspect we do cover in the report, Chairperson. We acknowledge there was a period where the contractor was paid as a result of the suspension of loan-funded projects. But equally, Chairperson, if you can also see in the report, there were quite a number of efforts to assist the contractor to an extent that there was an extension of time report that was approved by BAC to basically cover some of these challenges, even during COVID and all those. So at various points, there has always been that willingness to try and assist the contractor, because I think it was in the best interest of the department for the project to be completed. And hence, you will see even the notices that were issued. So the issue of the late payments is acknowledged in the report, and obviously the interventions thereof. And I think Councillor Slowa, the issue around the session, it was also one of those additional measures to try and give support to the contractor, because one of the major issue that actually affected this project in totality would actually largely attribute beyond some of this, but the cash flow issues that the contractor had. And I think if you look at the status of the contractor, you are talking about a CIDP graded company, grade 8, and the expectation was that the company does have the capacity to execute a project of this magnitude. And if you look at the report, you would note that the delayed payments of suppliers, laborers, subcontractors, professional teams actually had a very great effect on the project. So, and hence the contractor was largely relying on payments as and when, and we paid based on the work done. So I think, like you recommend, as a department, we can we can provide a report with those detailed payments in terms of the session, and then even the EPWP that were employed by the contractor. Obviously, when they left site, obviously those EPWP, we were not contracting them directly. We were contracting the contractor, and obviously they would actually subcontract. And I think from a project management point of view, Chairperson, EPMU has always been assisting and supporting the department in this regard in terms of the project. So I think even where we might have been limited, I think we were basically being supported and assisted by EPMU, and hence the project, after the various interventions, we managed to get the project to at least to be at 94% in terms of progress. And Councillor Mabusela, I think in terms of the process of recouping the money, I think it's captured in the report that part of the termination process entails that, but we must also indicate, as outlined in the report under legal implications, that there is a potential for litigation. As a matter of fact, the company is basically pursuing an arbitration process. So whatever processes that might relate to other issues, I think, would be pending the finalization of those processes. So I think whatever follows would be after those legal processes have been exhausted or concluded. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, Councillor Khatli.
I see you are very important, Marisha. I wanted to check the 94% the project is at. Is it still at 94%? What measures are in place to make sure that it doesn't drop from 94%? And when you get there, can you guarantee us that the city will not lose more money? Only to find out some things are stolen and a lot of things have to there become challenges. And when you get there, we only to realize that the project is at 60 or even less? What measures are in place in termination? What is your termination procedure to make sure that the project doesn't lose its way? Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Councillor. Before the contractor could actually leave site, we did actually request the office of the city manager, Mr. Pillay, to assist us with security. So the site is secured, obviously to ensure that there's no vandalism and whatever, whilst we're exploring processes to complete the project. So we can confirm, Councillor, the site is secured, there are guards on site. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last hand on the.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, GH, acting in terms of whether I heard you correctly and your response might affect our recommendations that we want to make. Are you saying currently there is a litigation between the city and the contractor? That is why you couldn't pursue a process of recovery and also the process of this thing. Is what are you saying? So that I can understand you correctly.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Councillor. What I'm saying, Councillor, is that the contractor had actually given an indication that they will possibly litigate against the city. And what I then confirmed is that, as a matter of fact, currently they have applied for arbitration in this regard, and hence we were saying probably those processes need to be exhausted before we can even look at recovering monies or whatever, but exhaust those processes first. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure if you've noted me, if I can just go ahead. Okay, thank you. Chairperson, can we just have a progress report from the department? I don't know if it's bi-monthly, so that we can just follow how the process is going in this regard. Thank you.
Is that a recommendation?
Chair, we'll get it to you just now. Almost done.
Okay, this is an additional recommendation that the department provide a quarterly progress report about the arbitration process before recoveries. This is proposed by Councillor Dikeledi Solowa and seconded by Councillor Rodney Mabisela. As amended. Colleagues, we'll now move to our secondary supplementary agenda. There are 3 reports on the secondary supplementary agenda. The first report is from Office of the Speaker, Oversight Report on the Group Property Department request to grant powers of attorney for land use applications on the remainder of Portion 21, Portion 124, Project Portion 150 and 227 of the Farm Zandfontein 317 JR for Township Establishment. This report is between page 4 to 57. The recommendations are on page 9. As recommended? Then we move on to report number 2, Office of the Speaker, Oversight Report on Group Financial Services Department, a request to employ Mr. A. Yonker on a fixed-term contract for a period not exceeding 1 year. This report is page 58 to 142, recommendations on page 65. As recommended? Okay, then we move on to the third report, Office of the Speaker, Oversight Report on the Group Property Department, proposed natural lease of ERF 1120 Arcadian portion of ERF 574 Arcadia. This report is on page 143 to 176. The recommendations are on page 150. As recommended? Okay, thank you, colleagues. So now we will move back to our in-committee. Oh, no, I think before we do that, let us go back to our main agenda. Then there on the main agenda, before we do the in-committee, we need to quickly do the calling of reports, then we will go into committee. So let me just find my way back to the main agenda. Okay, we are back to the main agenda. We will have item 5, which is calling of reports. Colleagues, are there any reports that you will be calling? Councillor Solowa. Okay, you can.
Councillor Muller.
Thanks, Ravon. That a report be submitted by the 8th of March 2024 from Supply Chain. The committee requests a report on the blacklisted companies in the city of Tshwane, as well as companies that are to be blacklisted, and an indication of whether we are blacklisting contractors that do not perform. Proposed by myself, Councillor Dikeledi Solowa, seconded by Councillor Marie Joubert.
Thank you, Chair. Can I continue? Thank you. I have 3. Calling for report, the TMPD store clothing follow-up report to show action taken against officials who ignored warnings they were contravening the MFMA as implicated in the original report to impact. It must be by March 2024. Councillor Siobhan Miller, seconded by Councillor Marie Joubert. The second one is calling a report, which I've done previously, and we have not seen the report. It's on the Denneking Tribe 1 Music Festival. It's the same as it was the previous time when I called for the report. It this time says it must be done by March 2024 to impact. It is proposed by myself and seconded by Councillor Rodney Mabisela. And then my third one is calling a report subject to the sale of Earth 10409 Mabopani Extension Unit 1, Extension Unit R, Extension 1. Suspected land sold without council resolution. Impact has oversight over transactions that has financial implications. Please provide the council resolution for the sale. Please provide the internal and external valuation that supported the sale. Please provide the legal sale document signed by the buyer and the City of Tshwane. Please indicate who the buyer was and the price the property was sold for. Please indicate if the correct open sale process was followed, and if not, why not. The City Manager, Group Head Property and Group Head Legal should report. And then obviously why it is. It is proposed by myself, seconded by Councillor Rodney Mabusela, not Sydney.
Okay, colleagues, thank you. So those, Councillor Mabusela?
Councillor Seloa asked me to call this last report chairperson. If you may allow us. Chairperson, we may continue. Subject, fruitless expenditure incurred as a result of late payments to service providers. That is a subject. Motivation. In terms of section 65, subsection 2 and E of MFMA requires that the accounting office take all reasonable steps to ensure that all monies owed by the municipality to be paid within 30 days of receiving the relevant invoice or statement, unless prescribed otherwise for certain categories of expenditure. Who must report, I think, a CFO. Yeah, CFO. And why is necessary for this report to ensure compliance in terms of section 65, subsection 2 and E of MFMA? Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, colleagues. So what we will do, this will be sent to Secretariat, and then our committee administrator will send letters to the departments for the relevant, our secretary will send these letters to the department where these reports are being called, just so that we don't have any administrative glitches on our side. Oh yes, Alderman Maluleke.
Yeah, just a point of information on this last report that both Councillor Dikeledi, you might change your surname in future, we don't know. Councillor Dikeledi and Councillor Rodney. This information comes through section 71 and 72 reports. Why are we overburdening city manager to come and report again? Because at council, we then refer them here for further scrutiny. I can tell you, I can assure you that this information was in one of our section 71 and 72 reports. Now, let's go back to that information instead of demanding other reports. Because we're going to have a list of reports as if we have work. But it's not work, it's not reading reports. That would be the reason. Let's not duplicate functions, colleagues. But it's in your hands to decide whether you want it. But this information on quarterly basis and monthly statements, city manager and the mayor reports in terms of their performance and the delays and other things that we need. The report to Treasury, Provincial Treasury and MEC for COCTA, declaring some of this information that we are requiring. But I don't know, maybe you must be seen working in your caucuses. But we are getting this information. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. So what we will now do is break for 10 minutes so that we can go into in-committee. There's only about 4 in-committee reports, so we don't really want to take a lunch break and then have everyone come back late. So let's just push on. We're going to take a 10-minute break so that the people that are not part of the in-committee can be excused, and then those that are part can come back at 20 to 2. Exactly 20 to 2. Thank you.